I claimed her the moment I put my blade through her husband's chest. She was Sterling's untouched little trophy. Ice blue eyes, perfect posture, and a body that had never known a real man's hands. Now she's mine.
Collateral on the black tooth, my pretty porcelain doll.
I'll break every rule she was raised with. Claim her in front of my crew until she forgets her name. Teach her what it feels like to be owned, protected and ruined by a monster who would burn the world before he lets her go. She thinks she's just paying off a debt. She has no idea I'm keeping her forever.
Stay tuned for massive size difference, brutal pirate discipline, a possessive orc mate who marks what's his, and a broken doll who learns to crave the storm. Happily ever after guaranteed. Chapter 1. Charlotte. Morning finds me standing before the mirror in Sterling's cabin aboard the Silver Gull. I adjust my emerald dress, expensive dark elf silk, imported from Voig at ruinous cost. The high collar scratches my throat. The corset digs into my ribs with every shallow breath I've learned to take. Perfect posture, empty eyes, expensive decoration. Sterling enters without knocking. He never knocks. Why would he? I'm his property. He circles me like I'm merchandise awaiting inspection. His fingers adjust my collar roughly, digging into my shoulders. I don't flinch, learned not to years ago. Your hair is uneven on the left, he says. Critical. Always critical. Stand straighter and smile, but not too much. You look desperate when you smile too much. Yes, my lord. I have a business meeting this afternoon. You'll attend. Stand beside me. Look beautiful. Say nothing unless directly addressed. Of course, my lord. Good. He steps back, examining his work. You'll do. 3 years later, I still don't remember our wedding night. I remember the ceremony, hundreds of guests, dark elf nobility, my parents beaming with pride at the advantageous match. I remember the feast, the dancing, the toasts, then nothing. A blank space where my wedding night should be. I woke the next morning alone. Sterling appeared at breakfast, looked at me with the same clinical assessment he uses now, and said one word. Adequate. That was it. My value determined. Adequate for display, not worth touching. I count his criticisms while I finish dressing. 7 before breakfast. That's average. Yesterday was 12. The day before, only 4. A good day. The cabin smells of imported incense. Too sweet. Cloying. It makes my head ache, but I'd never tell him that. Sterling's cologne, bergamot and something chemical, fills the space as he moves. I hold my breath when he passes too close. In the mirror, a stranger stares back. Perfect posture. Hollow eyes. A beautiful shell with nothing inside. For just a moment, I imagine smashing the mirror, watching it shatter, feeling something other than this endless nothing. The thought makes me feel guilty. Violent thoughts aren't appropriate for ladies. I push it down, return to emptiness, safer there. Sterling touches my cheek. Clinical. Cold. You'll do, he repeats, then leaves without another word. I stand alone, breathing shallowly, feeling nothing. This is my life. This is what I am. Adequate. On deck, I take my assigned position by the rail. Living ornament. Decoration that breathes. The sun is too bright. My pale skin burns easily. I'm kept indoors mostly, my complexion preserved like fine porcelain. Salt spray touches my face. It's the only thing that feels real anymore. Below deck, Sterling conducts his business meeting with dark elf merchants. Numbers and contracts and things I'm not allowed to understand. My role is to stand here, look beautiful, prove his wealth and status. I watch the horizon, dream of drowning. It's morbid but honest. A young human sailor coils rope nearby. He glances at me, then smiles. Genuine, warm, seeing me as a person, not an object. Something flutters in my chest. First time in years. A feeling. Any feeling. I look away quickly, guilt crushing the flutter before it can grow. I shouldn't notice other men. Shouldn't feel anything when they smile at me. Sterling would be angry if he knew. The sailor returns to his work. I'm left with confusing guilt and a desperate hunger for that warmth again. I'm so starved for basic kindness that a stranger's smile nearly breaks me. Pathetic. I push the feeling down, bury it with all the others. I'm good at that. The sailor's hands on the rope. Capable, strong, purposeful. He can climb, work, laugh with the other crew members. He has freedom of movement, freedom of choice. I'm trapped in restrictive silk and a more restrictive life. What would it feel like to move like that? To be useful instead of decorative? What would freedom feel like? Sterling's meeting ends badly. I hear raised voices through the deck boards, angry, threatening. He storms up to deck, sees me, grabs my arm roughly, fingers digging in hard enough to bruise. We're leaving, now. I follow silently. Resistance makes it worse. I learned that lesson early. In the cabin, he paces like a caged animal, furious about incompetent business partners and broken agreements. Somehow it's my fault. You distracted me standing there useless. I'm sorry, my lord. The apology is automatic, easier than arguing. Faster route back to his indifference. He waves dismissively. I retreat to my corner, make myself small, invisible. When he finally leaves to berate the crew, I touch my arm gingerly. Feel the ache spreading. Tomorrow there will be bruises, finger-shaped marks to match the others fading to yellow-green on my ribs, my wrists, my thighs. High collars and long sleeves hide most of them. I've become expert at concealment. Would anyone care if they knew? Probably not. I'm his wife, his property. What he does with his belongings is his business. I pull up my sleeve slightly, examine the map of casual cruelty on my skin. Old bruises in various stages of healing. A calendar of his moods written in purple and yellow and green. Pull the sleeve back down, adjust my collar, return to the mirror. Practice my smile. Serene, empty, perfect. This is fine. This is normal. This is what marriage means. I almost believe it. Evening falls. Sterling allows me on deck briefly. Fresh air before bed. But something's wrong. Fog rolls in. Unnatural. Thick. Cold. The temperature drops suddenly. My breath becomes visible. The crew mutters nervously. Makes warding gestures against magic. Sterling barks orders. Full sails. We need to outrun this. The fog tastes metallic. Wild spont. Magic. I recognise it from living under dark elf rule in Terre. It's beautiful in a terrible way. Grey tendrils reaching across the water like grasping fingers. I should be afraid. Instead, anticipation. Anything different from the monotony would be welcome. Even danger. Especially danger. Let the fog take us. Let something happen. Anything. Sterling sees me watching. Get below deck, now. For once, I don't obey immediately. I'm transfixed by the fog, by the promise of change. Charlotte. I turn slowly. He's terrified. I've never seen him scared before. It's fascinating. I'll go below, I say. But I pause in the doorway, look back one more time. Through breaks in the fog, I see a shape. Massive, dark, ship-shaped. My heart races. Terror and excitement mixing. This is it. Something's happening. Finally. Sterling screams. All hands! We're under attack! I freeze in the doorway. The ship shudders. Impact. Wood splintering. Men screaming. And through it all, a voice. Deep. Powerful. Bellowing orders in a language that sounds like thunder. Everything goes chaotic. Crew running. Steel clashing. the smell of blood and smoke. I should hide, should cower, should be terrified. Instead, I feel alive. Let them come. Let the world burn. Let everything change. I'm ready.
Chapter 2. Rakam. I lower the spyglass and grin, feeling my serrated teeth catch the dying light. There she is. The silver gull. 3 masts of dark elf construction flying merchant colors, like that'll save her. Sterling's running for open water, the coward. Not fast enough. That's him, Scarlet confirms beside me, her weathered hand tapping the rail in a slow, anticipatory rhythm. She's reviewed our intelligence 3 times already, but my first mate doesn't leave things to chance. Neither do I. Cowardly bastard is running. Not fast enough. I hand her the spyglass and grip the Blacktooth's wheel, feeling the familiar grooves worn smooth by years of my hands. The ship groans beneath me like a living thing. She is in some ways. Ironwood and bone, dark sails that drink the light, and a crew that's more family than Sterling's ever known. The sunset paints the water red, appropriate for what's coming. This hunt has been 3 months in the planning. 3 months since Sterling's betrayal, since the weapons deal went wrong, since I lost 3 good people to his greed and cowardice. Jex, Mora, Tal. I recite their names silently, a prayer to the war god. Sterling sold my smuggled arms to slavers instead of the rebels who needed them. Then he hired assassins to eliminate the witnesses. He killed my crew. That makes this personal. Sterling's got 20 crew to our 12, Scarlet says, ever practical. Odds aren't great. I laugh, the sound rolling out across the water. Since when do we care about odds? She grins, all teeth and scars. Just checking you haven't gone soft, Captain. I'll show you soft. I release the wheel long enough to crack my knuckles, feeling the barnacle-textured skin pull tight. Ready the crew. We take them at dusk. What about survivors? My smile fades. Crew can surrender and live. Sterling dies. Those are the terms. Scarlet nods once, sharp, decisive, and descends to the main deck. I watch her go, then turn my attention back to the silver gull. My hands dwarf the wheel, my leviathan hide coat catching the light with that oil-slick iridescence that marks me as exactly what I am, a predator. Sterling's ship cuts through the water with desperate speed, but the Blacktooth is faster. We've always been faster. I track his vessel like a shark watching wounded prey. The crew assembles on the main deck with the ease of routine. Flint, my clan brother, his hook hand already gleaming in the fading light. Cade with his manic grin, fingers twitching near the Magitech cannons. Talia scaling the rigging like it's nothing, her small frame disappearing into the crow's nest. Ezra distributing medical supplies with steady, herb-stained fingers. Grim standing silent and massive at the helm, his blind eye catching the sunset. Pike darting between them all, young and eager. And Silris at the bow, her staff already in hand, purple hair vivid against her obsidian skin. My crew, my family. Sterling owes us blood and gold, I call out, my voice carrying across the deck. Tonight we collect both. They nod as one. No questions. No hesitation. We've sailed together too long for doubt. I explain the plan. Silris summons fog to cover our approach. We ram them midship, calculated to cripple, not sink, then board quickly. Clean. Efficient. Personal. Flint sharpens his hook against the whetstone, the rhythmic scrape meditative. Cade bounces on his toes. Can I blow up their powder magazine, Captain? Only if they resist. I want the ship intact for prizes. Talia's voice drifts down from above. I'll spot for us, Captain. Ezra lights his pipe, the smoke curling around his skeletal frame. Try not to get stabbed, you lot. Grim signs something in the warrior's cant, his massive hands moving with surprising grace. Scarlet translates. He says Sterling's crew are soft merchants, easy pickings. They're not wrong. Sterling doesn't hire warriors. He hires bodies to move cargo and look intimidating at dock. Against the Blacktooth's crew, they won't stand a chance. Silrus steps forward, her staff, bone-topped with a wild-spont crystal, already humming with power. Fog will cost me, Captain. I'll need rest after. You'll have it. Do your work, Serpent. She moves to the bow and begins chanting in old dark elf tongue, the words guttural and beautiful at once. The temperature drops. Wind picks up from nothing, whipping her purple hair across her face. Power gathers in the air, making my skin prickle even through my coat. Fog manifests like breath made solid, thick, gray, unnatural. It rolls out across the water toward the silver gull in a deliberate wave that has nothing to do with weather and everything to do with Silrus's will. She staggers slightly when it's done. I steady her with one hand on her shoulder. Good work. He won't know what hit him, she says, breathless but satisfied. The crew's energy shifts. I feel it like a physical thing, predatory focus settling over us like a second skin. This is what we're good at. Calculated violence. Justice delivered with steel and fury. My battle calm descends. Familiar and welcome. Jex died from a throat wound. Quick, at least. Mora took 3 crossbow bolts before she went down. Tal drowned when they scuttled our longboat, weighted down with chains. Sterling's assassins were thorough, professional. So will I be. I dismiss the memories and grip the wheel tighter. Time to hunt. The black tooth glides through our fog like a knife through silk. Invisible. Silent. I take the wheel personally because this requires precision. We need to hit them hard enough to cripple, not hard enough to sink. Sterling's cargo might be valuable, and I want him alive when I kill him. Dead men don't suffer properly. Through breaks in the fog, I see the silver gull panicking. Her crew scrambles across the deck, disorganized and afraid. Sterling's probably below, cowering and calculating how to save his own skin. He's always been good at that. Survival through cowardice and coin. The black tooth surges beneath me, eager as a hunting hound on a scent. The crew is silent now, weapons ready, eyes sharp. We've done this dance before. We'll do it again. But tonight is special. Tonight is personal. I think of Jex's laugh, how he could make even Grim crack a smile. Mora's steady hands at the helm during storms. Tal's terrible singing voice that somehow made every shanty better. Sterling took them from me. I'm taking everything from him. Prepare to ram, I call out, my voice carrying across the deck. On my mark. The crew moves into position. Grim takes the secondary helm. Flint and Scarlet ready the boarding planks. Cade's hands hover over the cannon controls, practically vibrating with anticipation. I grip the wheel and feel the blacktooth surge beneath me. The fog parts just enough for me to see the silver gull's vulnerable midship. Perfect angle. Perfect speed. Now! The blacktooth hits the silver gull midship with perfect precision. Wood splinters and screams erupt. The calculated impact cripples without sinking, just like I planned. Boarding planks drop and my crew swarms across like a wave of violence and purpose. I lead the charge, roaring loud enough to shake the deck. Sterling's mercenaries try to resist, but they're merchants playing at warrior. My crew cuts through them with brutal efficiency. I fight with controlled fury, my falchion singing through the air. Each strike is purposeful. Disarm, disable, kill only when necessary. I'm not here for these men. They're just obstacles between me and Sterling. The smell of blood and salt and fear sweat fills my nose. Steel rings against steel. The ship rocks from the impact, deck slippery with blood and seawater. My heartbeat stays steady, calm, focused. This is my element. This is what I was born to do. Flint's hook drips red. Scarlet's axes sing in harmony. Grimm's fists devastate anyone stupid enough to get close. The fog swirls around us, Silrus's magic holding strong, turning the battle into something out of nightmare. Perfect, efficient, beautiful in its brutality. I kick open doors systematically, searching. A storage room, empty. Officer's quarters, cowering navigator who surrenders immediately. Good choice. Minor resistance meets me at the galley. I dispatch it quickly, cleanly. Finally, I reach the captain's cabin. Ornate door, locked tight like that'll stop me. I kick it off its hinges. Wood splinters beautifully, the sound satisfying as breaking bone. Inside, Sterling cowers behind his desk exactly like I knew he would. The merchant prince, reduced to a terrified rat in expensive silks. His face goes white when he sees me fill the doorway. And standing to the side, perfectly still, a woman, pale, beautiful, dressed in emerald silk that probably costs more than my ship. Sterling's wife. Her face is composed despite the chaos. Ice-blue eyes meet mine without flinching. She doesn't scream. Her hands tremble, the only sign of fear. But she stands there like a statue, like she's been trained to be decorative even during her own nightmare. Something passes between us when our eyes meet. I'm not sure what, but I file it away for later. Right now, I'm here for Sterling. I grin, showing all my serrated teeth, and watch Sterling's face go from white to gray. Lord Sterling, I say, my voice grinding stone in satisfaction. We need to discuss your debt.
Chapter 3. Charlotte. The door explodes inward and my world ends. Wood splinters across the cabin floor. Sterling lurches behind his desk with a strangled sound. And filling the doorway, having to duck slightly to fit through, is the largest creature I've ever seen. An orc. My breath stops. He steps inside and the lamplight catches on teal-green skin, mottled darker like a reef shark. Black eyes fix on Sterling first, then slide to me, and I feel the weight of that gaze like a physical thing. When he grins, I see serrated teeth, shark-like and terrifying, framing prominent tusks with gold rings piercing the left one. He's enormous, 7 feet tall at least, maybe more, built like violence given form. Scars everywhere, claw marks across his throat, a burn on one massive shoulder, his knuckles textured like barnacles. Long black hair shaved on the sides, the top knotted with bone beads that click softly when he moves. His coat, some kind of iridescent black-blue hide, drips seawater onto Sterling's expensive rug. I should run. I should scream. I should do something other than stand here staring. But I can't look away. He's the most alive thing I've ever seen. Sterling is death wrapped in silk and expensive cologne, cold and clinical and bloodless. This orc is death too, but honest about it. Raw, real, terrifying in a way that makes my heart pound so hard I can feel it in my throat. Terror floods my system, primal, instinctive, the kind that makes prey freeze when predators approach. But underneath it, something else stirs. Fascination? Curiosity? I don't know. I can't name it. I just know. His scent hits me even from across the cabin. Salt and leather and musk, overwhelming and foreign and somehow not unpleasant. The temperature seems to rise, heat radiating from his massive body. The sounds of battle outside fade until all I hear is his breathing, controlled, steady, a predator who's caught his prey. The cabin suddenly feels impossibly small with him in it. "Lord Sterling," he says, his voice like grinding stone. We need to discuss your debt. Sterling stammers something, his usual eloquence shattered. I've never seen him afraid before. It's almost satisfying. Captain Rakam, I can explain. I doubt that. The orc's voice is cold now, controlled rage underneath each word. You sold my weapons to slavers, tried to have my crew killed. It was business. Sterling's hands shake as he gestures frantically. Nothing personal. The orc laughs, but there's no humour in it. It's personal now. I stand frozen by the wall, trying to make myself invisible the way I've learned to do when Sterling's angry. But the orc's eyes slide to me again, just for a moment, and I feel seen in a way that makes my skin prickle. Not assessed like Sterling assesses me, checking for flaws, calculating value. This is different. He's looking at me like I'm a person, not an object. I don't know what to do with that. Blow. 100,000 ducats, the orc says, turning back to Sterling, for the weapons and the lives you cost me. Sterling goes white. I don't have that kind of capital here. Then we'll take your ship, your cargo, and your life. My stomach tightens. This is it. We're going to die. Sterling made enemies of the wrong people, and now we're both going to pay for it. Part of me thinks I should feel terror, horror, something. Instead, I feel nothing. Just the familiar numbness wrapping around me like a blanket. Wait! Sterling's voice cracks with desperation. I have something more valuable. My stomach drops. I know what's coming before he says it. Sterling points at me. My wife, Lady Charlotte Ashbourne. The words hit like physical blows, but I don't move, don't react. I've perfected the art of being a statue. The orc's eyes fix on me again, properly now, and I feel naked despite the layers of silk. He's studying me, face, throat, posture, hands, cataloguing, but still not the way Sterling does it. There's curiosity there, not just calculation. She's worth 50,000 gold at Voig's flesh markets. Sterling continues, talking fast now, selling me like merchandise. Perfect for a pleasure house or private collection. Beautiful, well-trained, obedient. Heat floods my face. Humiliation burns through the numbness, breaking through in sharp, jagged pieces. Sterling keeps talking. 3 years married and still virgin. The orc stops. Stares. The silence stretches so long I can hear my own heartbeat. You mean to tell me? His voice is slow now, dangerous. You've never screwed your wife? Sterling misses the danger entirely. Of course not. I've been saving her. The orc's eyes are black ice. Saving her. For what? For a moment like this. Sterling straightens, proud of his foresight. Untouched goods fetch premium prices. I'm a businessman, Captain. I invest wisely. I stare at the floor, because if I look at either of them, I might shatter. 3 years of cold marriage. 3 years of wondering what was wrong with me, why my own husband wouldn't touch me. And this is the answer. I was emergency currency, an asset he kept pristine in case he needed to sell me. Something breaks inside me. Not my spirit, my loyalty. Whatever obligation I felt to Sterling, whatever remnants of wifely duty or noble honour I was clinging to, it dies. Right here, right now, in this cabin with an orc pirate watching my husband sell me to save his gold. I feel nothing. The numbness I've cultivated becomes armour. I wrap it around myself and wait for whatever comes next. At least the orc is honest about being a monster. You married a woman, kept her for 3 years, never touched her. The orc's voice is deadly quiet now. His hand tightens on his sword hilt, knuckles going pale green. Because she's an asset. Exactly! Sterling beams like he's finally being understood. Assets appreciate in value when properly maintained, Captain. Surely you understand basic economics. You're not a businessman. The orc's contempt is absolute. You're a coward. Sterling's face flushes. I beg your... Shut up! The orc takes a step closer, and Sterling actually whimpers. I'll take her, but she's not going to any market. Relief washes over Sterling's features. Of course, whatever you prefer. Just take her and... She'll work off your debt personally. The orc cuts him off with brutal efficiency. On my ship, under my command. The implication hangs heavy in the air. Everything Sterling saved me for, this orc will take. I should be horrified, begging, fighting. Instead, I just stand there, numb and hollow and distantly curious about what happens next. Sterling nods frantically. Yes, perfect! The debt is settled. The orc steps even closer, looming over Sterling's desk. The debt is settled, I say, my voice grinding stone. I don't give him time to stammer another lie. I lunged across the desk, my falchion burying itself deep in his chest. Sterling's eyes bulge, a wet rattle escaping his throat as he slumps back into his expensive chair. Blood stains his fine, dark elf silks. I pull my blade free and turn to the woman. He's gone, doll. You're mine now. I don't move. Can't move. My legs have forgotten how. The orc waits. Patient, expectant. His presence fills the cabin like smoke. Something in me snaps. The last thread of obedience, the final whisper of duty. It breaks. I walk toward the orc. My legs shake, but my steps are steady. I stop in front of him and have to crane my neck back to see his face. Up close, he's even more overwhelming. Massive and scarred and so intensely present that standing near him feels like standing too close to a fire. His eyes hold mine. I can't read them. Can't tell if he's angry or amused or something else entirely. Then he reaches out. I flinch involuntarily. Can't help it. My body remembers Sterling's casual violence even if my mind has gone numb to it. The orc pauses. I'm not going to hurt you, just need to move you. Before I can process what that means, he lifts me. Effortlessly. Like I weigh nothing at all. He throws me over his shoulder and I gasp. Undignified, blood rushing to my head, the world suddenly upside down. His shoulder is broad, hard muscle against my stomach. One massive arm bands across my thighs, holding me secure, and his hand, gods, his hand is huge, splays across the back of my legs. I should fight. Proper ladies fight. They scream and claw and make it difficult. Instead, I'm just curious. His body is furnace hot through his clothes, so different from Sterling's careful coldness. I can feel his muscles shifting as he walks, powerful and controlled. Salt and leather and something indefinably him surrounds me. My brain struggles to categorize this, terror or arousal. Can't tell. Both, maybe. He carries me through the splintered doorway. I twist my head to look back. 3 years of marriage ended with casual relief on his face. I should feel something, grief, rage, fear for my future. Instead, I feel free. It's a twisted, terrifying kind of freedom, but it's freedom nonetheless. Whatever happens next can't be worse than what I'm leaving behind. The orc carries me across a boarding plank suspended over churning water. I see the carnage on the Silver Gull's deck, bodies, blood, surrendering crew members on their knees. The Blacktooth's crew watches as their captain brings me aboard like a trophy. I hang over his shoulder, emerald silk soaked and ruined, hair falling from its elaborate updo. Every eye on me. I should be mortified. Somehow I'm not. He deposits me on the Blacktooth's deck with surprising care, setting me on my feet like I'm fragile. My legs are numb from the position. I stumble, and his hand catches my elbow, steadying me, gentle despite his size. The crew stares. Curious. Assessing. Speculating about what I am and what I'll become. A woman with red hair and vicious scars approaches, axes strapped to her back. This the wife? This is Charlotte. The orc's voice rumbles above me. Sterling's former wife. My current guest. Guest. Not prisoner, not slave. Guest. I don't know what that means. The red-haired woman, human like me, but free and armed and confident, looks me over with a critical eye. Can you work, doll? The nickname stings. I lift my chin. I can embroider and play piano. She snorts. Useless. We'll teach you. A dark elf woman with purple hair and filed teeth studies me with violet eyes that feel like they're seeing through my skin. Sterling's loss is interesting. I feel those eyes like a touch. Disconcerting. Intense. A massive orc with a white beard and a blind eye grunts something. The red-haired woman translates. He says you'll break first storm. She's mine to worry about, Flint. The orc captain's voice holds warning. His hand is still on my elbow, proprietary. The crew exchanges looks, significant ones I don't understand yet. He guides me across the deck with his hand on my lower back. Helm, rigging, cannons, galley below. He points out features like I'm going to need to know them, like I'm staying. I nod numbly, processing. The black tooth is darker than the silver gull, ironwood and bone decorations, an aesthetic of deliberate menace, but somehow it feels less oppressive. The crew works with purpose, not fear. I notice several humans among them, free and armed and treated like equals. In Sterling's world, humans are commodities. Here they're crew. We approach a larger cabin at the stern, the captain's quarters. He opens the door and gestures me inside. I hesitate. Crossing this threshold changes everything. Whatever happens on the other side of that door, I won't be Lady Charlotte Ashbourne anymore. He waits, not forcing, just expectant. I think, what choice do I have? What choice did I ever have? I step inside. The door closes behind us with a soft click that sounds final as a coffin lid. I'm alone with him now. The reality hits me all at once. Dangerous, intimate, inescapable. The cabin is larger than I expected. Maps cover every surface, books stacked in careful piles, everything surprisingly organised for a pirate. It smells like kaffir beans and salt, masculine but not unpleasant, and dominating the space, the bed, furs and pillows large enough for his massive frame. I can't stop staring at it. That's my bed, doll. His voice holds amusement. Not yours. Yet. Yet. The word hangs in the air between us, heavy with implication. I finally tear my eyes away from the bed and look at him. Really look. He's grinning. Predatory but not cruel. There's intelligence in those black eyes. Calculation, but also something else I can't quite name. We need to establish some rules, he says. I stand in the centre of his cabin, still wearing my emerald silk, soaked with seawater, clinging to my skin, ruined beyond repair. My hair is falling from its elaborate updo, civilised veneer cracking with each piece that tumbles down. I'm facing a monster who just bought me from my husband, and I feel more alive than I have in years. What happens now? I whisper. His grin widens, showing all those serrated teeth. Now, doll, you learn what it means to be mine.
Chapter 4. Rakam. I circle her slowly, savoring the way her body tenses under my gaze, like prey sensing the predator's hunger. She's rooted in the center of my cabin, spine straight as a mast, that ruined emerald dress plastered to her skin from the sea spray and Sterling's betrayal. The silk clings obscenely, outlining every curve, the swell of her tits, the dip of her waist, the flare of her hips. She's trying to hold on to some shred of dignity, but I can see the cracks. I've liberated enough broken slaves to recognize the signs, the rigid posture, the averted eyes, the faint tremble in her hands. She's been conditioned to be a pretty ornament, untouched and unfeeling. But I smell the potential beneath it all, raw and waiting to be unleashed. You're not a prisoner, I rumble, my voice low and commanding, the kind that makes lesser men piss themselves. You're collateral. She swallows hard, those ice-blue eyes flicking up to track me as I prowl around her. What's the difference? I flash my tusks in a grin that promises sin. Prisoners rot in chains. Collateral earns its value. A flush creeps up her neck, but she doesn't drop her gaze. That's good. Spine means she'll bend beautifully when I demand it. I've shattered too many hollow shells. I want her to crack open, reveal the fire Sterling smothered. Not through his petty cruelties. No. Through my rules, my hands, my will reshaping her into something fierce and filthy. You'll pull your weight with the crew, I continue, laying it out like battle orders. Obey my commands without question. The crew's with respect. Learn fast, doll. No dead weight on the black tooth. I stop circling, letting the silence thicken, watching her chest rise and fall a little quicker. And when I say submit, you drop to your knees. Her cheeks blaze crimson, lips parting in shock. I'm a married woman. My laugh booms through the cabin, deep and mocking. Sterling hawked you like cheap cargo, doll. That ring means damn all now. I am Lady Charlotte Ashbourne. She draws herself up taller, voice sharpening with that aristocratic bite. I close the distance in one stride, towering over her, my bulk eclipsing the lantern light. Wrong. You were Lady Charlotte. Now, you're not married anymore. My pretty little plaything until you prove otherwise. The word hits her like a lash. Her jaw clenches, fists ball at her sides. Perfect. That rage means there's life in her yet, buried under layers of repression. I have a name, she hisses, defiance flickering in her eyes. You'll hear it from my lips when you've earned it. Confusion knits her brow, and I lean in closer, my breath hot against her ear. Ladies command respect. Show me you're more than a doll your husband tossed away, and maybe I'll call you Charlotte while I make you scream. She flinches at the vulgarity, but I see the shiver run through her. Not all fear. Her pupils dilate, breath hitching. Sterling kept her virgin, locked away like a prized artifact, never letting her taste pleasure or pain. Her body's starving, and I'm the feast she'll crave. I nod at her sodden dress. That rag's useless. Strip it off. From my sea chest, I yank out a spare shirt and canvas trousers, rough, oversized for her delicate frame, and toss them at her feet. She catches them on instinct, clutching them like a shield, eyes widening as realization dawns. Here, in front of you? I shrug, dropping into my chair with a creak, legs spread wide in casual dominance. I've seen my share of skin, doll. Your body's nothing new. Yet. The yet lingers, heavy with promise. She hugs the clothes tighter, knuckles whitening. Turn around, please. I meet her plea with a slow, predatory smile. No. She freezes, the air thick with tension. I wait, patient as the tide, letting her stew in her own discomfort. Seconds drag into a minute, her breaths coming shorter, sharper. I won't undress for you, she finally whispers, voice trembling but edged with steel. Why not? It's not proper. The word bursts out, laced with desperation. I bark a laugh, leaning forward. Proper. Doll, you're on a pirate ship with an orc who owns you. Propriety sank with your old life. I settle back, arms crossed over my broad chest. Keep the wet silk if you want. Let the chill seep into your bones, make you feverish and weak. Or change. Be smart. Survive. Her internal war plays out on her face, pride clashing with pragmatism, shame with the raw need to stay alive. She glances at the door, then back at me. I'll wait until you're gone. I'm not leaving. Then I'll stay wet. That's it. I surge to my feet, and she scrambles back until the wall traps her. I cage her in, palms flat on either side of her head, my massive frame dwarfing hers. The scent of her fear mixes with salt and something sweeter, untapped desire. Listen close, doll, I growl, voice dropping to a gravelly rumble that vibrates through us both. This is my ship, my cabin, my damn world. You obey, or you learn the hard way. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 5. Charlotte. I wake before the ship's bell, alone in Rakam's bed. Again. Where does he sleep? I haven't seen him return since last night, leaving me trembling, confused, aching in ways I never knew possible. That ache lingers, throbbing between my thighs with every heartbeat. My body feels feverish, skin hypersensitive. Sterling never touched me. 3 years married, I never grasped what my body could crave. Now it's all I feel. I lie in the darkness, ship creaking around me. My breathing quickens. Alone. My hand drifts down without permission. Through the trousers, light pressure arches my back. Gods, how can this feel so intense? Wrong. Proper ladies don't touch themselves. Sterling's lectures on virtue drilled that in. A wife's body is her husband's. But he sold me. Marriage void, Rakam said. I'm no lady, just doll.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
The ship's bell clangs overhead. Dawn. I rise on unsteady legs, dressed in the oversized shirt and trousers, every movement reminding me of the change within. My skin feels too alive, every brush of fabric a whisper of last night's heat. I am no longer the same woman who boarded this ship. Scarlett waits beyond the door, arms folded, expression unreadable. Morning, doll. You're with me today. I nod, words lodged in my throat. She leads me onto the main deck. The crew is already at work, coiling rope, hauling canvas, scrubbing planks worn smooth by salt and boot. Heads turn as I appear. A dozen gazes weigh me, curious, amused, assessing. I lift my chin against the scrutiny. Scarlett gives a sharp whistle. The men and women gather with easy discipline. This is Charlotte, she announces. Captain's guest. She works like the rest of you. Clear? Murmurs ripple, some sceptical, some merely entertained. She points them out one by one. Flint, bosun, weapons. The grey-green orc with the hook for a hand gives a curt grunt. Silris, navigator. The dark elf's violet eyes linger on me a heartbeat too long. Hello, Charlotte. Ezra, cook and surgeon. An elderly human with a pipe inclines his head. Cade, cannons. A half-orc flashes a manic grin. Talia, rigging. Grim at the helm. Pike, ship's assistant. The androgynous youth waves with bright enthusiasm. Too many names, too many faces. My gaze searches instinctively for the one that matters most. Captain's in the working cabin, Scarlett says, reading me too easily. Business. Relief wars with a strange, hollow disappointment. She thrusts a brush and bucket into my hands. Deck needs scrubbing. Start there. I have supervised servants my whole life. I have never once knelt with a brush. Scarlett demonstrates, quick, efficient circles, and steps back. I kneel. The wood is unforgiving beneath my knees. My first strokes are timid, barely disturbing the grime. Harder, she says. Put your weight into it. I obey. Blisters rise almost at once on palms unused to labour. Skin splits, blood wells. I press on, blinking against the sting of tears. Cade passes with a laugh. At this pace she'll finish by next year. More laughter follows, not vicious, but it burns all the same. Talia pauses beside me. First day's always the worst. Pike appears with a dipper of fresh water, silent kindness. From the quarterdeck, violet eyes track every bend of my body. Silris watches with quiet intensity, and the knowledge prickles along my spine. By mid-morning, my palms are raw and bleeding. Scarlett crouches beside me, seizes my hands without ceremony. You should have said something. You told me to scrub, I answer, voice tight. So I scrubbed. A flicker crosses her face. Surprise, perhaps approval. Stubborn, Captain likes stubborn. She binds my hands in clean cloth. Galley, help Ezra. Below decks, the galley is a furnace of heat and spice. Ezra stirs a cauldron, his thin frame steady despite his age. Hands, he says without looking up. I show him. He clucks around his pipe. Pride'll kill you faster than a storm. Ask when you need help. He sets me to chopping vegetables. My wrapped hands fumble the knife, but I work. As we labour, he speaks of Rakam, born on earth, returned to Protheka 15 years past, a relentless hunter of slavers. How each member of the crew has been rescued or chosen, bound now tighter than blood. I drink the words like parched earth. This captain protects what is his. Sterling has never protected anyone but himself. The thought lodges deep. Perhaps I have not been captured. Perhaps I have been saved. Evening brings the crew to the galley benches, loud, raucous, alive. I take the end of a bench. Pike slides in beside me at once. You did good today. I manage a faint smile. Then he enters. The noise does not cease. They are easy with him in a way Sterling's men have never been. But the air shifts. His presence presses against my skin like heat from an open flame. His gaze finds me. Something possessive flickers in those black depths. He crosses the room. The crew parts without thought. He sits beside me, massive thigh crowding mine, his warmth seeping through rough fabric. Without preamble, he takes my bandaged hand, unwraps the cloth with surprising care. Calloused fingers trace the broken blisters, gentle, almost reverent. Scarlett worked you hard. I didn't complain. A slow grin. I know, she told me. Said you're stubborn. His touch lingers. It should hurt. Instead, it soothes. You'll build calluses, he murmurs. It gets easier. Does it? The question slips out, edged with doubt. His eyes meet mine, steady. Yes, everything does. Even this. He rises. Eat, then come to my cabin. My stomach twists. For what? To treat those hands properly. Amusement curls his mouth. He knows precisely where my mind has gone. What did you think? He leaves me flushed and exposed. Silris leans close as he departs. Breathe, sweetheart. He's not going to devour you. Yet. I freeze. What did you call me? A wink. You'll get used to it. I finish the meal without tasting it, then walk the length of the deck to his cabin as though approaching judgment. I knock, too softly. Come in, doll. I enter. He sits at his desk, maps spread before him like battle plans. He looks up. Those dark eyes pin me where I stand. Close the door. The latch clicks shut, sealing us in. Let me see your hands. I extend them. He unwraps the bandages with the same careful patience, then opens a small brass kit. The salve smells of sharp herbs and cool relief. His enormous hands engulf mine as he works the ointment in, movements slow and deliberate. Who are you? The whisper escapes before I can cage it. He glances up, catches me staring. A grin splits his tusked mouth. Careful, doll. You're beginning to like me. I open my mouth to deny it. Don't bother lying, he says softly. I can tell. He finishes the bandaging, neat, professional, then steps back. Sleep here tonight. You need rest. And you? Quarterdeck. I have the watch. He pauses at the door. You did well today. Keep it up. Then he is gone. I stare at the closed door, heart a wild thing in my chest. Last night he punishes me until my body betrays me with shameful want. Tonight he praises me, tends my wounds with hands gentle enough to unravel every certainty I possess. Monsters are supposed to be cruel, yet his cruelty awakens me, and his kindness confuses me more deeply still. I need to understand him.
Chapter 6. Rakam. Dawn finds me on the quarterdeck. Haven't slept. Too much to think about. 4 days since I took Charlotte from Sterling. 4 days of watching her fracture and reform under the weight of this new world. She's stronger than the porcelain doll he tried to keep on a shelf. She just doesn't know it yet. Below deck, the crew stirs. Charlotte emerges from my cabin wearing the canvas trousers and shirt Scarlet altered. Still loose on her delicate frame, but no longer drowning her. The borrowed clothes hug her hips now, cling to the small of her back. She looks less like a noble lady with every sunrise, more like something feral, something mine. Scarlet intercepts her the moment her boots hit the deck, barking orders with the efficiency of a woman who's broken in worse recruits. Charlotte follows without the wide-eyed hesitation of day one. She's learning the ship's pulse, when to duck a swinging boom, when to haul, when to shut her mouth and move. I watch from the quarterdeck rail as she coils rope beside Talia. Her hands fumble the first 2 attempts. The coil collapses in a heap. Talia demonstrates again, patient, voice low. 3rd time, Charlotte gets it. Small triumph. A few crew members nod. Quiet approval. She's earning respect the hard way. Through sweat, not submission. Then she oversteps. She tries to correct Talia's knot. That would hold better if... Talia's head snaps up. Did I ask for your advice, doll? Charlotte's cheeks flame. No. But I thought... Don't think. Do what you're told. Old pride surges. Sterling's conditioning clawing its way back. I see the war on her face. Argue and lose face, or swallow it and keep breathing. She swallows. Yes, I'm sorry. Good girl. But the defiance isn't gone. It's coiled tight beneath the surface, waiting. Scarlet climbs the companionway. Morning, Captain. Doll's improving. Still hopeless with knots, but she tries. High praise. She's got spine. Scarlet's gaze flicks to the deck. Reminds me of someone. We both know who. What's the plan? She asks. I don't pretend. She's still clinging to control, pride, old habits. So you're going to strip it away? Not strip. Teach her to let it go. Scarlet studies me too long. You're not playing anymore. You're invested. I don't deny it. The rage when I first saw Sterling's bruises on her arms still simmers. The quiet pride when she managed a genuine smile yesterday. The heat that pools low in my gut every time those ice-blue eyes lift to mine with something close to trust. I'm falling, hard, and it terrifies me more than any naval broadside ever could. Through the morning, Charlotte's frustration mounts. Hands still raw despite the salve. Everything foreign, pirate cant she can't parse, tasks that mock her soft upbringing. She feels stupid, isolated, exactly as I want her to feel. Small, needy, dependent. Midday, Cade cracks a joke about her rigging fumble. Crew laughs. Not cruel, just rough humor. But Charlotte doesn't know the difference yet. She snaps. Perhaps if someone actually taught me properly instead of laughing. Deck falls silent. Wrong move. Cade's grin vanishes. I don't take orders from cargo. Charlotte's spine straightens on instinct. I am not cargo. I am lady. She cuts herself off. Too late. Crew glances shift. This is my domain now. Scarlet whistles sharp. I emerge from below, where I'd been inspecting powder stores. She signs in quick warrior cant. Doll's causing trouble. I cross the deck slow, deliberate. Crew parts like water. Charlotte sees me coming. Color drains from her face. She knows she crossed a line. What did you say to my gunner, Doll? She stammers. I was frustrated. I didn't mean. Repeat it. Word for word. She can't meet my eyes. I said I should be taught properly. And? Silence. And what else? Voice tiny. I said I wasn't cargo. You tried to give orders. Claimed rank you no longer possess. She nods, miserable. Look at me. She forces those blue eyes up. I let her see the calm fury there. I told you. You're not a lady here. You're crew. Crew obeys. They don't command. I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't settle disrespect in front of my people. I'm not truly angry. She's exhausted, overwhelmed, lashing out from a place of fear. But I can't let it pass. The crew needs to witness consequence. And truthfully, perfect timing for what I've been planning. I address the deck. What's the price for insubordination? Flint grunts. 10 lashes. Charlotte gasps. Too harsh, I say. She's new. Scarlet offers. Extra watch. I let the silence stretch. Let her dread build. No. Something more. Instructive. I turn to her. You'll be disciplined. Here. Now. In front of the crew. Her eyes go wide with terror. Please, not. You want crew privileges? This is how crew learns. I point to the barrel lashed by the mainmast. Bend over it. She freezes. I count silently. 5 heartbeats. I won't repeat myself, Doll. Move. Legs shaking, she walks to the barrel. Crew watches, silent, respectful, curious. She bends. Waist-high cask forces, feet barely skimming the deck, face toward the gathered men and women. Utterly exposed, humiliating, exactly as intended. I step behind her. She can't see me, only feel the shadow of my bulk, the heat of my body. My hand settles heavy on her lower back, pinning her in place. How many? I ask the crew. Cade, the one she insulted, calls 20. Scarlet counters 10. I decide 15, and she counts every one. Charlotte whimpers. I can't. You can, and you will. Understand? She nods against the wood. Out loud. Yes, I understand. Good girl. First strike cracks down, sharp, controlled, through canvas. Stings without breaking skin. She gasps. Count! Voice cracks. 1. Second. Same measured force. 2. I keep the rhythm steady. Not brutal, enough to burn, to humiliate, to teach. By 5, she's squirming, fighting to hold still. By 8, tears streak her cheeks. By 10, she's whimpering between numbers, body trembling. But I smell it. So does half the crew. Her breathing shifts after 9, deeper, ragged, edged with something hungry. Between strikes, my palm rests heavy on her bottom, feeling the heat. 11 lands. 11. Breathy now, not just pain. Thumb presses firmer. She gasps, sharp, needy. Crew shifts. Some look away. Others stare openly. 12. 12. 13. 13. Almost a moan. I grin where only she can't see. Perfect. 14. Harder. Echoes across the deck. 14. 15 cracks down. Firmest yet. 15! She cries out, half sob, half something darker, then sags against the barrel, shaking. My hand stays possessive on her. Good girl. You took it well. The praise makes her shudder visibly, a full body ripple. I lift her effortlessly. Legs won't hold her. I band an arm around her waist, supporting her weight against my chest. Lesson's over, I tell the crew. Back to work. They scatter fast. Charlotte buries her face in my shirt. They saw, she whispers, mortified. They all saw. She makes a distressed sound, half denial, half confession. I carry her to the cabin. Door shuts behind us. I set her on the bed's edge. She won't look at me. I'm disgusting, she whispers. I crouch, forcing eye contact. Why? Because I liked it. Because when you spanked me in front of them, Voice breaks. I laugh. Low. Fond. Not mocking. You're not disgusting. You're waking up. I shouldn't want pain. Humiliation. It's not the pain you crave. It's the surrender. Giving control to someone who won't abuse it. Confusion flickers. Sterling made you small through cruelty. I'm offering the opposite. Freedom in chains. Trust so complete you can let go. Her eyes widen. The words land. You're safe with me. Pain stops the instant you say red. No questions. No punishment for using it. Red means everything halts. Immediately. Always. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Chapter 7. Charlotte. I wake frustrated in ways I didn't know were possible. My body is wound so tight I might shatter. Days of arousal, denial, teasing, Rakam's punishments that leave me aching, his touches that promise relief and then withdraw. Yesterday's public humiliation that somehow made me wetter than I've ever been. His fingers on me last night, building me up and then stopping right before I could fall over that edge. It's torture. My hand drifts down automatically, seeking relief from this unbearable tension. But I stop myself. Remember his words. When I decide you've earned pleasure, I'll deliver it. He'd know somehow if I disobeyed. I'm certain of it. The way he looks at me, reads my body like a map he's memorized. He'd know. Will I be punished for touching myself that first morning? Does he know about that too? The thought makes me shiver, half fear, half anticipation. I force myself to rise, dress, face another day of this exquisite agony. Crew is already working when I emerge. I'm learning the rhythms now, the way they move, the unspoken communication, the casual competence Sterling's merchant crew never had. Scarlet intercepts me. You're with Silris today, navigation. My stomach flips. The dark elf who called me sweet tits yesterday and looked at me like I was something she wanted to devour. I follow Scarlet to the chart room, small space off the main deck, cramped and dim. Maps cover every surface. And draped over the central table like a cat in sunlight is Silris. She looks up when I enter. Those violet eyes pin me in place. Ah, the captain's doll. Come to learn celestial navigation. I'm defensive immediately, can't help it. If you're willing to teach. She grins, filed teeth catching the lamplight. Oh, I'm very willing to teach you many things. The emphasis is deliberate, suggestive. My face heats. She gestures to the maps. Come, let me show you the stars. I approach cautiously. She leans close, pointing at a star chart, and her breath is warm on my neck. My skin prickles with awareness I don't want to examine. See this constellation? Her finger traces lines on the parchment. The serpent, that's my namesake. Her hand brushes mine. Deliberate? Accidental? I can't tell. I pull back slightly, confused by my own reaction. She notices, smiles knowingly. Am I making you uncomfortable? I'm honest because I don't know how to lie convincingly anymore. I don't know. Good. Uncertainty is delicious. Said with a casual confidence that I don't know how to respond. Just stand there, flustered and hyper-aware of how close she is. We work through the morning. She actually teaches me, shows me how to read star charts, calculate positions, understand the navigation tools. I'm good at this. The education Sterling paid for, the mathematical training, it actually applies here. You're clever, sweet tits, wasted on Sterling. I freeze. Excuse me? She's unapologetic. Sweet tits. Accurate, yes. My face burns. That's inappropriate. Welcome to pirate life, darling. She grins wider. We're all inappropriate here. I can't muster outrage. Can't find the proper noble lady offence I should feel. Because part of me, the part that's been waking up over these past days, doesn't hate it. The way she says it, hungry, appreciative. Like I'm desirable, not decorative. It's confusing, uncomfortable, and something else I'm not ready to name. Afternoon finds me with Talia, splicing rope, but I can't focus. Keep glancing toward the chart room where Silris disappeared. Talia notices. Silris get to you already? I respond too quickly. What? No, She laughs. She has that effect. Don't worry, she's harmless. Harmless? Well, not harmless exactly. Talia considers. But she won't push if you're not interested. I'm quiet for a moment. Then, what if I don't know if I'm interested? Talia grins. Then you're exactly where she wants you. That's not reassuring. Throughout the afternoon, I become aware of being watched. Not just aware, hyper-aware. I feel violet eyes tracking my movements from various points on the ship. From the quarterdeck, from the rigging, from doorways. Silris doesn't hide it, watches openly, appreciatively, like I'm art she's studying. And I find myself performing, standing straighter, moving more deliberately, testing this new power I didn't know I had, the power of being desired. Sterling made me feel like furniture, something to be placed and ignored. Rakam makes me feel like prey, hunted, chased, caught. Thrilling but terrifying. Silris makes me feel like art, admired, appreciated. Beautiful not because I'm decorative, but because I'm inherently worth looking at. All three are forms of attention, but only the last two make me feel alive. I'm addicted to being seen now, crave those gazes, violet and black both. What's happening to me? Evening comes and I'm assigned to help Ezra prepare dinner. I'm chopping vegetables when Silris appears in the galley doorway, casual, leaning against the frame like she just happened by. Need an extra pair of hands? Ezra doesn't look up from his pot. Always. Chop those vegetables. She works beside me in the cramped space. Close quarters mean we're constantly brushing against each other. Her arm against mine, her hip bumping mine, her breath on my shoulder when she leans over to reach something. Every contact feels deliberate. How are you finding life at sea, sweet tits? I try to sound unaffected. Strange. Everything is strange. Strange bad or strange good? I consider. Both. She smiles, softer this time. That's the best kind of strange. We work in silence for a moment. Then she asks quietly, "Has the captain claimed you yet? Fully, I mean." I nearly cut myself. That's private. So no. She states it as fact, not question. He's punishing you for Sterling's debt. I don't correct her. Can't find words. And how do you feel about that? I whisper, honest. Confused, terrified, alive. That's good. She places her hand over mine, steadying my knife work. You should feel all those things. The contact lingers, warm, deliberate, her skin against mine. When you're ready for something different, come find me. Different how? She smiles, gentler. Women touch differently than men. She releases my hand and leaves, just like that, leaving me flushed and confused and aching with a different kind of tension. I stand frozen, processing. My body is screaming with arousal. Days of denial, constant stimulation, Rakam's touches, and now Silris's words, and Sterling's complete neglect before all this. I want something. I'm just not sure what anymore. Evening finds me in the small bathing room off the galley. Copper tub, lukewarm water, but clean and private, or private enough. I strip slowly, aching muscles protesting, sink into the water with a groan of relief, finally alone. I wash mechanically at first. Then my hands drift, between my thighs. I'm still desperate from Rakam's edging last night, still wound tight as a spring. I consider. He said I hadn't earned it, but he's not here. Would he know? My fingers move tentatively, exploring. Just as I'm about to commit, I notice the door is cracked, not closed all the way, and in the darkness beyond, watching through that narrow gap, violet eyes. Silris. I should be horrified, should cover myself, demand privacy, slam the door shut. Instead, I freeze. Meet those violet eyes across the dimly lit space. She doesn't look away, doesn't pretend she wasn't watching, just holds my gaze, unashamed and hungry. I make a decision, impulsive, empowering, reckless. If she wants to watch, let her watch. I continue washing myself, slower now, deliberate. My hands trail over my breasts and I watch the door. Watch those violet eyes track every movement. I see her sharp inhale even from across the room. This is powerful. I'm choosing to be seen, not decoration, not prey. Artist creating desire. My hands move lower, between my thighs. I touch myself while she watches. Our eyes locked across that narrow gap. I can't see her clearly, but I know. Her hand is moving too. The slight shift of shadow, the change in her breathing. We're both frozen in this moment. Voyeur and exhibitionist. Feeding off each other's desire. I'm close. So desperate after days of denial. Just need a little more. Silris makes a sound. Tiny gasp. My eyes fly open fully. Meet Violet directly. The spell breaks. She disappears. Door closes silently. I'm left alone, shaking. But I realise something crucial. I liked being watched. Liked having that power over her. Seeing her desire, controlling it, feeding it. Rakam taught me submission, the pleasure of surrendering control. Silris is teaching me dominance, the pleasure of wielding power. And I want both. I want everything. I find him at the helm. Night watch. Stars overhead, wind in the sails. He looks peaceful. At home in a way I've never felt anywhere. He sees me approach. Couldn't sleep, doll. I'm brave, braver than I've ever been. I need to talk to you. He gestures. Talk. I struggle with how to ask this. Why did you take me? He's amused. Sterling offered. I accepted. But why keep me? You could have sold me or left me at port. He considers, giving me a genuine answer. Curiosity. Sterling had something valuable and treated it like trash. I wanted to see what you'd become without him. I processed this. So I'm an experiment? No, your potential being realised. My voice breaks. You're breaking me. He turns fully, concerned. Breaking? I don't know who I am anymore. I'm not Lady Charlotte, but I'm not just doll either. Who do you want to be? I laugh, brittle, desperate. I don't know. Someone who isn't drowning in wanting something she can't have. He steps closer, cups my face gently. What do you want, Charlotte? He uses my name, significant. I notice even through the confusion, but I can't answer. Too many wants. Too confused. You want release. You want to understand these feelings. You want permission to be someone new. I nod, throat tight. I can give you all that, but not until you admit it out loud. Admit what? That you want me. Not because I'm keeping you, because you genuinely want this. My breath catches. Can I admit that? Do I even know if it's true? I don't know if I can. Then we wait. He releases me, turns back to the helm. I stand there, frustrated, aching, confused. How long? He grins. Until you can. Wind picks up suddenly. He notices, checks the horizon. Clouds forming. Storm's coming. Big one. Get below deck. I don't move. Let me help. You'll be in the way. Please, I want to help. He studies me, seeing determination. Fine. But you follow orders exactly. Lives depend on it. I nod, serious. The storm is coming, and I'm going to prove I'm more than just a doll to be protected and put away when things get dangerous. I'm crew now. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 8. Rakam. Morning finds me on the quarterdeck, assessing damage. The storm hit harder than expected. We survived, but barely. Rigging needs repair. One sail is torn. Water damage below deck. The crew worked through the night to keep us afloat. But we made it. Charlotte's alive. That's what matters most. She proved herself during the storm. Worked alongside Ezra, securing the galley, never complaining even when waves crashed over the rails. When others stumbled past, terrified, she kept moving. Earned her place. Again. The sky is still overcast from last night. Choppy water. But the worst has passed. I need to make a decision about Charlotte's training. She can't just work the galley forever. She needs real skills. Combat skills. If I am not her, and if we're boarded, if she's alone, she needs to defend herself. I spot Flint sharpening weapons by the mainmast. Flint, teach the doll basic knife work. He grunts skeptically. She'll cut herself. Probably. Teach her anyway. Charlotte appears, her hair damp, borrowed clothes clinging. She looks exhausted but determined. The storm took everything she had. But she's standing. That counts. Flint approaches her with a practice blade. Captain says you need weapon training. She takes it carefully, uncertain. Hold it like this. His instruction is pure military. Harsh. Economical. No coddling. I'm watching from the helm, making sure this goes well. He corrects her grip by grabbing her wrist. Hard. She winces. Sharp pain. Too hard. I notice immediately. Stance. Flint pushes her shoulder forcefully. She stumbles, catches herself against the rail. The choppy water makes the deck pitch. She's already off balance from exhaustion. Again. Lower. He barks corrections like she's a raw recruit. She tries. He grabs her arm to adjust position. She cries out, sharp, pained, not just from being clumsy, the sound of someone hurt. Flint stops. Did I hurt you? She shakes her head quickly. No, I'm fine. Lying. I descend before I'm conscious of moving. Cold fury building in my chest. Flint, I'll take it from here. The bosun recognizes that tone. Steps back without argument. He knows he crossed a line. I approach Charlotte. She's holding her arm, trying to look composed. Failing. Show me your arms. It's nothing. Charlotte, arms, now! The use of her real name, not doll, makes her pause. This is serious. She hesitates, then slowly rolls up her sleeves. Bruises, old ones fading to yellow-green, but unmistakable. Finger-shaped marks around her upper arms, her wrists, the kind you get from being grabbed. Hard, repeatedly. My vision narrows. I go very still. Dangerous still. How long have you had these? Her voice is small, ashamed. I always had them. He'd grab me when he was angry. How often was he angry? She shrugs, trying to minimize, make it smaller than it was. Often enough. My jaw clenches so hard my teeth ache. Did he hit you? Sometimes. She's looking at the deck now. Can't meet my eyes. Not badly, just slaps. To remind me to behave properly. My hands are shaking. Barely controlled rage flooding my system. I trace one of the bruises gently. Old enough to be faded, which means she had them when I took her. Sterling sold her already covered in his fingerprints. A map of casual cruelty on her skin. I should have killed him slowly. Selling her was unforgivable. But this casual, ongoing violence, making her think she deserved it, making her numb to her own worth, teaching her that love meant bruises and silence and walking on eggshells. I cup her face, make her look at me. Listen to me carefully, doll. She meets my eyes, confused by the intensity. No one touches you like that again. Ever. You're mine to protect now. I don't need... You do. And I will. Anyone hurts you, they answer to me. Understand? Her eyes shine with unexpected tears. Why do you care? I wipe one away with my thumb. Because you're mine. And I take care of what's mine. I kiss her forehead. Gentle. Possessive. First real affection she's received in years, probably. She leans into it. Small sound in her throat. Relief. Surprise. Need. When I pull back, she's looking at me differently. Like she's seeing something new. Good. I take the practice blade from Flint. Start over. Proper way. Position myself behind Charlotte. Close. My chest nearly touching her back. The deck still rocks from yesterday's storm. I steady her with my presence. Guide her hands on the grip. Like this. Firm but flexible. You need to be able to adjust fast when the ship moves. My voice is patient. Complete opposite of Flint's harsh commands. She relaxes slightly, responding to gentler approach. Good. Now your stance. I nudge her feet apart with my boot. Gentle pressure. Hands on her hips, adjusting the angle. Feel the balance? Even with the ship moving. Power comes from your core, not your arms. You're small. You'll never overpower an opponent with strength. She nods, absorbing. I guide her through basic strikes. Slow. Methodical. My body moves with hers, teaching through proximity. She's acutely aware of me. I can tell by the way her breathing changes, the tension in her shoulders. But it's not fear. It's something else. You're small, I repeat. Use that. Dodge and strike. Don't try to match strength. Be faster. More vicious. Show her vulnerable points on the practice dummy. Throat, inside thigh, under the ribs, soft targets. You're not trying to win a duel. You're trying to survive long enough to run. She practices. Dozens of repetitions. I correct her form, adjust her stance, guide her strikes, and I praise her every time she gets it right. Good. Better. Yes, exactly like that. Each good makes her glow. She works harder, desperate for more approval. I notice. Of course I notice. She's starving for praise. Sterling never gave her any. My praise feels earned, not given freely for existing and being decorative, for actually accomplishing something. You like being praised, don't you, doll? She flushes. It's nice. Being told I'm doing well. You are. You're learning fast. especially after working all night during the storm. Her smile is genuine. First real smile I've seen from her. Lights up her whole face. Something shifts in my chest. Dangerous feeling. Warm and tight and possessive. We're close now. Me correcting her grip, my hand over hers on the blade. She turns her head slightly, meets my eyes. So close I could kiss her. Easily. Just lean down. Claim that mouth. She's breathless, anticipating. Lips parted. I want to. Gods, I want to. But I pull back. Good session. Practice these drills tonight. Your body needs to remember them even when you're exhausted. Disappointment flashes across her face, quickly hidden, but I saw it. Satisfied. She's starting to want me actively now. Not just responding to my touch, but seeking it. Exactly as planned, but the warmth in my chest lingers. The pride when she smiled, the fury over her bruises. Not just possessiveness anymore, something deeper. Evening. I'm in my working cabin reviewing maps, planning our next port. We need to resupply after the storm damage. Knock on the door. Enter. Silvera slips in, uncharacteristically hesitant. Usually she's all confidence and swagger. I look up. What do you need, Serpent? She sits uninvited. Familiar comfort between us. We've sailed together 5 years now. We need to talk about your doll. I set down my quill. Elaborate. I want her. Direct as always. No games with Silvera. I lean back in my chair. Do you now? She's fascinating. All that repression hiding fire. I want to be the one who draws it out. You watched her bathe last night. Not a question. Silvera grins. Caught. She knew I was there. Put on quite a show. Did she now? I'm amused, not surprised. Charlotte discovering her exhibitionist streak was inevitable. She's discovering she likes being watched, and I like watching. We'd be compatible. Silvera leans forward. I'm asking permission, Captain. I know she's yours. I study her, considering. Yes, she is. So, can I? I stand. Pour 2 glasses of rersed wine from the bottle on my shelf. Hand one to Silvera. No. She blinks. No. Not yet. She's not ready. She seemed very ready in that bathtub. I sip my wine. She's discovering her sexuality. Still figuring out what she wants. I'm not throwing her into something that complex until she's comfortable in her own desire. And you're... what? Guiding her? Teaching her. There's a difference. Silvera considers, calculating. When will she be ready? I'm honest. When she trusts me completely. When she's comfortable enough in her desire to ask for what she wants, not just respond to what's given. And then, I grin. Slow. Predatory. Then you can have her. With conditions. I'm listening. I watch. I control both of you. She's mine first. Yours second. You touch her when and how I say. Silvera's eyes flash violet fire. I can work with that. And nothing happens without her explicit consent. She has to want it. You don't push, don't manipulate, don't seduce her into something she's not ready for. Agreed. I don't force. Never have. I nod. Good. Give it 2 weeks, maybe 3. Let her settle into this new version of herself. Let her come to me first. Fully. Then we'll see about adding you to the equation. That's a long wait. Good things are worth waiting for. Silris is sly. Speaking from experience. I laugh. I'm waiting too, Serpent. Believe me. Haven't claimed her yet? Not fully? Building anticipation. She'll be desperate by the time I do. Cruel of you. She'll thank me later. They always do. Silris finishes her wine. Stands. Be careful, Captain. This one's different. How so? You're not playing with her. You're invested. I'm defensive immediately. I'm teaching her. You're falling for her. Silence. I can't deny it. The fury over her bruises. The pride in her smile. The warmth in my chest when she looked at me with trust instead of fear. Silris sees my face. Nods. Satisfied. Just be honest with yourself. Before she breaks your heart. She leaves me alone. I stare at the closed door. Uncomfortable truth settling in my gut. Am I falling for Charlotte? Dangerous. Pirates don't fall in love. Don't keep women long term. Too vulnerable. Too complicated. But when I think about letting her go, pain. Sharp. Immediate. And Sterling's still out there. Alive. Unpunished for what he did to her. That needs to be remedied. But first, Charlotte needs to be ready. Needs to be strong enough to face him if it comes to that. I go on deck. Need air. Distance from thoughts I'm not ready to examine. The evening is calm now. Storm's aftermath visible in damaged rigging, but the sea has settled. Crews working on repairs. Scarlet directing. Flint and Cade working the mainmast. Charlotte's helping Ezra prep evening meal. I can see her through the galley window. Moving with more confidence now. 4 days of work showing in her posture. Silris appears at the rail beside me. Thinking about the doll? Thinking about Sterling. What about him? The man is dead, but his rot remains. His partners will come for what they think is theirs. Silris goes still. You're thinking of going after them. Eventually. And then we end it. Permanently. Silris nods slowly. The doll deserves that closure. She deserves more than closure. She deserves revenge. Will you let her take it? Or will you? Good question. Depends on what she wants, what she's ready for. You're training her for this, aren't you? Not just to survive, to fight back. Smart. Silris always sees more than I want her to. Yes. Good. That bastard deserves what's coming. We stand in comfortable silence, watching the crew work, watching Charlotte learn. She's not ready yet, but she will be. And when she is, Sterling will pay for every bruise, every cruel word, every moment he made her feel worthless. I'll make sure of it. But first, she needs to become strong enough to claim that revenge herself. That's my real goal. Not just teaching her to survive. Teaching her to destroy the man who tried to destroy her. And then we can both be free.
Chapter 9. Charlotte. I wake frustrated in ways I didn't know were possible. My body is wound so tight I might shatter. Days of arousal, denial, teasing. Rakam's punishments that leave me aching. His touches that promise relief and then withdraw. Yesterday's weapon training where his body pressed against mine, his hands guiding me, his praise making me glow. And then nothing. My hand drifts down automatically, seeking relief from this unbearable tension. But I stop myself. Remember his words. When I decide you've earned pleasure, I'll deliver it. He'd know somehow if I disobeyed. I'm certain of it. The way he looks at me, reads my body like a map he's memorized. He'd know. I force myself to rise, dress, face another day of this exquisite agony. The storm passed during the night. I slept through the worst of it, exhausted from helping Ezra secure the galley. But I can see the aftermath now. Broken rigging, water everywhere, crew already working on repairs. Scarlet intercepts me on deck. "You're with Silris today. Navigation." My stomach flips, the dark elf who watched me bathe. The one who makes me feel things I don't understand. I follow Scarlet to the chart room. Small space off the main deck, cramped and dim. Maps cover every surface. And draped over the central table like a cat in sunlight is Silris. She looks up when I enter. Those violet eyes pin me in place. "Ah, the captain's doll. Come to learn celestial navigation." I'm defensive immediately. Can't help it. "If you're willing to teach." She grins, filed teeth catching the lamplight. "Oh, I'm very willing to teach you many things." The emphasis is deliberate, suggestive. My face heats. She gestures to the maps. "Come, let me show you the stars." I approach cautiously. She leans close, pointing at a star chart, and her breath is warm on my neck. My skin prickles with awareness I don't want to examine. "See this constellation?" Her finger traces lines on the parchment. "The serpent, that's my namesake." Her hand brushes mine. Deliberate? Accidental? I can't tell. "You're clever," she says after we work through several calculations. "I'm good at this. The mathematics, the logic. Sterling paid for education even if he wasted everything else about me." "Your husband never taught you to navigate, sweet tits? Shocking." I freeze. My face burns. "That's inappropriate." "But accurate. Welcome to pirate life, sweet tits." She grins wider. "We're all inappropriate here." It's confusing, uncomfortable, and something else I'm not ready to name. We work through the morning. She actually teaches me. Shows me how to read star charts, calculate positions, understand the navigation tools. But she stands too close. Always. Behind me, guiding my hands over the maps. "See how this current flows? You have to account for drift." Her hip bumps mine as she reaches for another chart. "Sorry, tight quarters." But she doesn't move away. Her fingers brush my wrist when pointing to coordinates. "Here, and here. Do you see the pattern?" I see it, but I'm more aware of every point of contact. The heat of her body, the scent of her, something floral and exotic, completely different from Rakam's salt and leather. "Does the captain know how responsive you are?" I nearly drop the compass I'm holding. "What?" She's amused, predatory. "You jump every time I touch you. It's adorable." I'm not. "Your secret's safe with me, sweet tits." She leans in, whispers, "For now." I stammer something incoherent. She just smiles and returns to the charts like she didn't just completely unravel me. I try to focus on the navigation lesson. I really do. But I keep losing my train of thought. Keep forgetting what calculation I was doing. Keep getting distracted by the way her purple hair falls across her face, the way her long fingers trace routes across the maps, the way her voice drops lower when she's explaining something complex. Sterling never looked at me like this. Like I was fascinating, worth studying. Rakam looks at me like prey, hunted, chased, thrilling but terrifying. Silris looks at me like art, something to be appreciated, admired, savoured. All three are forms of attention, but only the last two make me feel alive. By the time Scarlet calls me for afternoon duties, I'm wound even tighter than when I woke up. Afternoon finds me splicing rope with Talia, but I can't focus. Keep glancing toward the chart room where Silris disappeared. Talia notices. "Silris get to you already?" I respond too quickly. What? No, She laughs. She has that effect. Don't worry, she's harmless. Harmless? Well, not harmless exactly. Talia considers. But she won't push if you're not interested. She's good about that. I'm quiet for a moment. Then, what if I don't know if I'm interested? Talia grins. Then you're exactly where she wants you. That's not reassuring. Throughout the afternoon, I become aware of being watched. Not just aware, hyper-aware. I feel violet eyes tracking my movements from various points on the ship. From the quarterdeck where she's talking to Rakam, from the rigging where she's checking storm damage. From doorways I pass. Silris doesn't hide it, watches openly, appreciatively, like I'm something worth studying. And I find myself performing, standing straighter, moving more deliberately, testing this new power of being desired. Sterling made me feel like furniture, something to be placed and ignored. Rakam makes me feel like prey, hunted, chased, caught, thrilling but terrifying. Silris makes me feel like art, admired, appreciated, beautiful not because I'm decorative, but because I'm inherently worth looking at. I'm addicted to being seen now, crave those gazes, violet and black both. What's happening to me? I catch myself adjusting my shirt to sit better across my chest, arching my back slightly when I know she's watching, moving with more intention, more grace. I'm performing, deliberately, and I like it. Pike brings me water at one point. You okay? You look flushed. I'm fine, just warm. But it's not the heat. It's this constant awareness, this hunger building under my skin. Days of denial from Rakam, now this new attention from Silris. I'm drowning in wanting things I don't fully understand. Cade makes a joke nearby, something about the storm. Crew laughs. I barely hear it, too focused on the prickling sensation at the back of my neck. I turn. Silris is on the quarterdeck, leaning against the rail, watching me. When our eyes meet, she smiles. Slow, knowing. I look away quickly, face burning. But I'm also thrilled. This is madness. I shouldn't want a woman's attention like this, shouldn't feel this flutter in my stomach when she looks at me, shouldn't be performing for her gaze. But I am, and I don't hate it. I spent 3 years being invisible, a decoration Sterling kept polished but never touched. Now I'm being devoured by eyes, and I'm starving for it. Evening comes and I'm assigned to help Ezra prepare dinner. I'm chopping vegetables when Silris appears in the galley doorway, casual, leaning against the frame like she just happened by. Need an extra pair of hands? Ezra doesn't look up from his pot. Always. Chop those vegetables. She works beside me in the cramped space. Close quarters mean we're constantly brushing against each other, her arm against mine, her hip bumping mine, her breath when she leans over to reach something. Every contact feels deliberate. How are you finding life at sea, sweet tits? I try to sound unaffected. Strange. Everything is strange. Strange bad or strange good, I consider. Both. She smiles, softer this time. That's the best kind of strange. We work in silence for a moment. Then she asks quietly, Has the captain claimed you yet? Fully, I mean. I nearly cut myself. That's private. So no. She states it as fact, not question. He's making you wait. Cruel of him. I'm defensive immediately. He's teaching me. He's teaching you to beg. She sets down her knife, turns to face me fully. And when you're ready for something different, come find me. Different how? She leans close. So close I can see flecks of silver in her violet eyes. Gentler. Women touch differently than men. My breath catches. She reaches out, tucks a strand of hair behind my ear. The touch is feather-light, deliberate. Her fingers trail down my jaw. Think about it, sweet tits. Then she's gone. Just like that. leaving me trembling and confused and aching with a different kind of tension. I stand frozen, processing. My body is screaming with arousal. Days of denial, constant stimulation, Rakam's touches and now Silris's words and Sterling's complete neglect before all this. I want something. I'm just not sure what anymore. No, that's a lie. I know what I want. I want everything. I want Rakam's dominance, his control, his rough claiming. I want to submit to him, trust him, let him teach me what my body can do. But I also want this. Whatever Silris is offering, this gentler attention, this appreciation, this different kind of desire. I want both. The thought should terrify me. Proper ladies don't want multiple people, don't want women at all, don't want to be watched and touched and claimed and appreciated and dominated all at once. But I'm not a proper lady anymore. I'm not sure what I am, but I'm discovering it, piece by piece, touch by touch, gaze by gaze. And I'm not just discovering I want men, I'm discovering I want everything. Ezra clears his throat. I jump. He's been watching me stand here frozen. You all right, lass? I nod quickly. Yes, fine, I'm fine. But I'm not fine. I'm unravelling, coming apart at the seams. Everything I thought I knew about myself, about desire, about what's allowed, it's all dissolving. And underneath, someone hungry, someone fierce, someone who wants to be seen and touched and claimed in all the ways Sterling said I shouldn't. I finish helping with dinner in a daze, serve the crew mechanically, barely taste my own food, and when I finally return to Rakam's cabin that night, I lie in his bed, alone again, he's on watch, and stare at the ceiling. 2 people want me, really want me, not as decoration, as a person worth desiring. And I want them both. The confession sits in my chest like a stone, heavy, terrifying, true. I don't know what to do with this truth. Don't know if I'm allowed to want what I want. And I want everything.
Chapter 10. Rakam. The morning after the storm finds me exhausted but satisfied. We survived. Ships damaged but whole. Crews battered but alive. And Charlotte proved herself. I watched her work through the worst of it, securing the galley with Ezra, never complaining, never giving up. When other crew members stumbled past, soaked and terrified, she kept moving, kept working. She's earned something. Flint. I find him on deck, assessing rigging damage. Continue the doll's combat training, but take it easier this time. He grunts, knows I'm still angry about the bruises, but I change my mind. Actually, I'll handle it. You focus on repairs. I want to teach her myself, not just knife work, everything she needs to survive. I won't always be there to protect her. She needs to protect herself. Suddenly she's there. She looks tired but determined. Ready for another lesson? She nods. I practiced the drills last night, before the storm hit. Pride flares in my chest. Of course she did. I lead her to the practice area, cleared section of deck where we keep training dummies and weapon racks. Hand her the same practice blade from yesterday. Show me what you remember. She runs through the basic strikes. Stance is better. Grip is almost right. She's absorbed more than I expected. Good. Now let's add complexity. I position myself behind her again. Can't help it. This is the most effective teaching method. My body guiding hers, showing her movement through proximity. And if I'm honest with myself, I like having her this close. Like the way she shivers when my breath hits her neck. In real combat, nothing's clean. No time to think about form. I adjust her stance with my hands on her hips. You react. Muscle memory takes over. That's why we drill. I guide her through defensive positions. how to dodge, how to create distance, how to use an opponent's momentum against them. You're small. That's an advantage if you use it right. Bigger opponents expect you to be weak, slow. Use that. Get inside their guard. Strike fast. Get out. She practices on the dummy. I watch, correcting minor adjustments. She's graceful, not strong, but quick. That'll serve her better than brute force ever could. Harder. Like you mean it. She strikes again. Better. Good. Again. She's learning fast, absorbing everything. Each time I praise her, she glows, works harder, desperate for more. Sterling trained her to crave approval and then never gave it. Left her starving. I'm feeding that hunger, deliberately, because praise from me is earned, not given for existing and being pretty, for actually accomplishing something. Excellent. You're getting it. She beams. That genuine smile I saw yesterday. Something warm and dangerous tightens in my chest. Around midday, crew takes a break for water and kaffa. Charlotte leans against the rail, breathing hard. Sweat damp and exhausted. Her shirt rides up slightly when she reaches for her water flask. I see more bruises, older ones on her ribs. Faded, but visible. Cold fury washes through me again. How many times did Sterling hurt her? How many marks did he leave that she considered normal? Charlotte. She turns, sees my expression. What's wrong? Lift your shirt. She hesitates. We're on deck, crew nearby. Now. She obeys slowly. Raises the hem just enough to expose her ribs. More finger-shaped bruises. And one that looks like it might have been a kick. Long, dark, across her left side. My hands are shaking. How often did he do this? It wasn't that bad. Charlotte. How often? She won't meet my eyes. Whenever I displeased him, said the wrong thing, looked at him wrong, moved too slowly, didn't smile enough. Her voice is small, ashamed. Every few days, I suppose. Every few days. For 3 years, that's hundreds of times. Hundreds of casual acts of violence that she endured in silence because she thought it was normal, because he made her think she deserved it. I want to kill him. Slowly. With a dull blade. Make him feel every bruise he left on her. But he's dead, and I have to live with the fact that I killed him too quickly. Listen to me. I cup her face, make her look at me. That was not normal. That was not your fault. He was a coward who hurt someone smaller because he could. Tears well in her eyes. I tried to be good. You were good. You are good. He was broken. Not you. She's crying now. Silent tears streaming down her face. I pull her close, let her hide against my chest while she shakes. The crew works around us, pretending not to notice, giving us space. Scarlett catches my eye, nods once. She understands. She's been where Charlotte is, broken by violence, convinced she deserved it. No one will ever touch you like that again, I promise into Charlotte's hair. You're under my protection now. Mine to keep safe. She nods against my chest, clutching my shirt like an anchor. After a moment, she pulls back, wipes her eyes. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. Never apologize for crying. You're allowed to feel things. She laughs, watery but genuine. Sterling said crying was manipulation. Sterling was an idiot. That gets a real laugh. Small, but real. I stroke her cheek with my thumb. You're safe now, I promise. She leans into the touch, trusting, vulnerable. Mine. Training resumes after lunch. Charlotte's movements are sharper now, more aggressive, like crying burned away some restraint. Good. Channel that anger, I tell her. Use it. Every strike, imagine Sterling's face on that dummy. She does, and her strikes become vicious, fast, precise. The crew notices. Cade starts to make a joke, probably something crude about her form, but Scarlet elbows him hard enough to knock wind out. He gets the message. Shuts up. Charlotte lands a perfect strike. Throat shot on the dummy, exactly where I taught her. Hard enough to have crushed a windpipe if it were real. The crew erupts in cheers. Genuine approval. Flint grunts. Not bad, doll. From him, that's high praise. Scarlet claps her on the back. Welcome to the Blacktooth. Your crew now. Charlotte's face lights up. Not just with pride, with belonging. She's been earning this for days. Now it's official. The crew accepts her. She's one of us. I watch her laugh with Talia, accept congratulations from Pike, take ribbing from Cade with good humor instead of offense. This is who she was supposed to be. Not Sterling's silent trophy. A person with fire and humor and strength. I did this. I broke Sterling's conditioning and let her real self emerge. The possessiveness I feel is overwhelming, primal, mine. I made her. She's mine. But it's more than that now. I'm proud of her. Not as property, as a person. Dangerous feeling. Evening finds us in my cabin. I'm tending her hands. New blisters from today's training. Wrapping them carefully with clean cloth and salve. You push too hard, I tell her. But there's no anger in it. Just concern. I wanted to prove myself. You already have. You don't need to destroy your hands doing it. She's quiet while I work. Then, why do you care so much about my hands? I look up. What? You're always treating them. Being gentle. Sterling never cared if I was hurt. I'm not Sterling. I know. She's studying my face. But why? I consider lying. Saying something about needing her functional for crew work. But she deserves honesty. Because you're mine, and I take care of what's mine. Is that all I am? Property? It's a challenge. Testing. She's braver every day. I set down the bandages, cup her face with both hands. You're mine, but you're not property. You're... I struggle for words. You're crew. You're under my protection. You're in my bed. You're falling into my heart. Important. Not the word I wanted, but close enough. She searches my face. I don't understand you. I don't understand me either, not when it comes to you. Truth. Raw and uncomfortable. She leans forward, kisses me. Soft. Tentative. First time she's initiated. I respond immediately. Deepen the kiss. My hand in her hair, controlling the angle, showing her what I want. She melts, opens for me, lets me take. When I pull back, we're both breathing hard. Bed, I tell her. You need rest. Disappointment flashes across her face. She wants more. Good. But rest. We're training again tomorrow, and the day after, until you can defend yourself properly. She obeys reluctantly, crawls into my furs, watches me with those blue eyes. I should leave. Take watch. Put distance between us before I do something we're not ready for. But instead, I strip off my shirt, lie down beside her, pull her against my chest. She fits perfectly. Head tucked under my chin, her small body curved into mine. Sleep, doll. She's asleep within minutes, exhausted from training, from emotion, from everything. I lie awake, holding her, thinking. Scarlett's right. I'm falling for her. Not just possessive, not just protective. Actually falling. It is dangerous for both of us, but I can't seem to stop.
Chapter 11. Charlotte. The days blur together. Training, working, learning. My body transforms. Muscles forming, calluses replacing blisters. Movements becoming instinct instead of thought. And through it all, this constant ache. This hunger Rakam feeds with touches and praise and proximity, then withdraws before I can satisfy it. I'm going mad with wanting. Today the air feels different, heavy. The crew is tense, moving with nervous energy. Storm coming, Ezra tells me while we prep the evening meal. Big one, you can taste it. I can. The air has that electric quality, that metallic tang on my tongue. The sky is darkening at the edges despite it being barely afternoon. Worse than last time? Maybe. We'll see. He stirs his pot, unconcerned. You did well in the last one. Just follow orders and you'll be fine. But there's an undercurrent in his voice. Worry. Around the galley, the crew works with unusual focus, checking knots twice, securing everything that might shift. Scarlett's voice carries across the deck. Sharp commands, no patience for mistakes. This storm has them scared, which means I should be terrified. But I'm not. I'm excited. The same rush I felt during combat training. Like everything is sharper, more vivid, more real when there's danger. What's wrong with me? Ezra starts teaching me sea shanties while we work. Says it's tradition before storms. Singing to calm nerves, pass the time, remind ourselves we're human and alive. This one's called The Leviathan's Bride, he says with a grin. It's about, well, you'll see. He starts singing, voice rough but melodic. And the lyrics. Oh gods, the lyrics. It's about an orc captain who catches a woman trying to steal from his ship. Instead of killing her, he takes her to his bed. In graphic detail. The size difference, the claiming, the way he makes her scream his name while the crew listens through the walls. My face is burning by the second verse. Ezra's grinning. Traditional pirate fare, lass. We're not subtle folk. Other crew members join in for the chorus. They all know it by heart. Cade's singing with particular enthusiasm, making obscene gestures during the explicit parts. I keep my head down, chopping vegetables furiously. But I can't help listening. The way the song describes it, rough and claiming but consensual. The woman fights at first, then surrenders, then demands. By the end, she's the one giving orders, and he's the one obeying. It's arousing. Shamefully so. I glance up and immediately wish I hadn't. Rakam is across the galley, leaning against the doorframe, watching me. And he's deliberately, slowly, licking his fingers clean of whatever he was eating. His black eyes locked on mine. His tongue on his skin. Message unmistakable. I look away quickly, face on fire. The crew laughs. Someone, Talia I think, whispers, "That song's about you now, doll?" More laughter. Good-natured but knowing. They all think Rakam's bedded me, claimed me fully. They don't know I'm still untouched, still aching, still desperate. Silris appears at my elbow. When did she get here? "That song's about you now, sweet tits," she purrs directly into my ear. "Lucky girl." I can't form words, just make some strangled sound. She laughs, musical, knowing. Her hand brushes my lower back as she passes, deliberate, possessive. I'm drowning. In attention, in want, in this constant state of arousal that never gets relief. The shanty continues. More verses, more explicit detail. By the end, I'm so flushed I must look fevered. Ezra pats my shoulder. You'll get used to pirate humour. We're crude but honest. Honest, yes. That's what this is. Honest want. No pretense. No shame. Sterling's world was all pretense and no honesty. This is better. Even if it's killing me. The storm hits as we're serving dinner. One moment it's just heavy clouds and rising wind. The next, deluge. Rain so thick I can barely see 3 feet ahead. Wind that tears at clothes and hair. Waves rising. Ship pitching. All hands! Scarlett's voice cuts through the chaos. Everyone moves, practiced, efficient. I try to help serve the last of the food, but Ezra waves me off. Get topside, they'll need every hand. I emerge onto deck and it's chaos. Beautiful, terrifying chaos. The sea is alive, waves like mountains, wind like a living thing trying to tear us apart. But the crew moves through it like dancers, each knowing their role. Scarlett at the foredeck, Flint on the mainmast, Grim at the helm with Rakam. And Rakam. God's Rakam. He's in his element. Commanding the ship with absolute authority, voice cutting through the storm, body moving with the pitch and roll like he's part of the vessel itself. This is who he truly is. Not the calculated pirate, not the patient teacher. This, master of wind and wave and wood, apex predator in his domain. I can't look away. Doll! Scarlett's voice. Secure that cargo! I run. Grab ropes. Tie knots like I've been taught. My hands are sure now. Muscle memory from all those drills. A crate slides across deck. I lunge, catch it, drag it back, lash it down. Good! Scarlett shouts. Keep moving! I do. For hours it feels like, securing, tying, running wherever I'm needed, rain soaking through my clothes, wind stealing my breath, deck pitching so violently I have to grab rails to stay upright, and through it all, exhilaration. I'm alive. Fully, completely alive. Every nerve singing, every sense sharp. The danger makes everything vivid, real. The storm outside is nothing compared to the one building inside me. A massive wave crashes over the rail. I'm swept off my feet. Strong hands catch me, slam me against the mast. Rakam, dripping wet, eyes black fire. I told you to stay below! I'm gasping. I wanted to help. You almost died. But I didn't. I meet his gaze. Defiant. Reckless. I'm fine. You're reckless. But there's something else in his voice. Pride, desire. You like it. The words are out before I can stop them. Bold. True. He growls. Actually growls. The sound goes straight through me. We're pressed together against the mast. Rain pouring down. Crew working 20 feet away, but it feels like we're alone. His hand moves to my throat. Not squeezing. Just holding. Possessive. After this storm, his voice is rough, barely audible over wind. No more games. Understand? My heart pounds. No more games. Say it properly, doll. I swallow against his palm. I want you. I choose this. His pupils dilate, barely controlled hunger. Good girl. Now get below deck before I screw you against this mast in front of my crew. I hesitate. Would I mind if he did? He sees the thought cross my face. Don't tempt me. Then he's gone. Back to the helm. Back to commanding the storm. I stand there shaking, not from cold, from want, from the promise in his eyes. After this storm. No more waiting. Finally. I go below, but I can't stay there. Too restless, too wound up. The storm rages for hours. I help where I can, securing galley supplies when things shift, treating minor injuries when crew stumbles down wet and bleeding. Ezra teaches me basic field medicine, how to clean wounds, apply pressure, bandage properly. Captain will want you to know this, he says, case something happens to me. The casual acknowledgement of mortality should frighten me. Instead, it grounds me. This is real. This life, these people, this danger. More real than anything in Sterling's world ever was. Finally, near dawn, the storm breaks. Wind dies to manageable levels. Rain becomes drizzle. The sea settles from fury to sullen irritation. We survived. I emerge on deck to find the crew exhausted but celebrating. Passing around Jisk, clapping each other's backs, laughing with relief. Flint sees me and grunts. Actual approval in the sound. Dole's got guts. Others echo it. Talia grins. Pike gives me thumbs up. Even Cade nods respect. Scarlet appears, grabs my shoulder. You did good. Real good, Dole. Your crew. It's the second time she's said it, but this time it feels official. Earned through storm and danger, not just through training. I belong here. The realization hits like physical force. I belong. With these people. On this ship. In this dangerous, violent, honest life. I look across deck. Rakam's at the helm still, checking damage, giving orders, but his eyes find mine.
Chapter 12. Rakam. The storm broke just before dawn. We survived. Ship's battered, crews exhausted, but we're whole. And Charlotte proved herself again. I watched her work through the chaos, securing cargo, helping injured crew, never complaining, never hiding. When that wave nearly swept her overboard, my heart stopped. Then she looked at me with defiance and said, "I'm fine. Reckless, brave, mine. I'm done waiting." The crew's celebrating below deck. Passing Jisk, telling stories, riding the high that comes after surviving death. They'll be occupied for hours. Charlotte's on deck, standing near the bow, watching the sunrise. Still soaked through. Shirt clinging to every curve, hair plastered to her neck. She looks like a drowned cat. She looks perfect. I approach. She doesn't turn, but she knows I'm there. I can tell by the way her breathing changes, her shoulders tense. "You should be resting. So should you." She glances back. But here we are. Bold, getting braver every day. I move closer. Cage her against the rail with my body. Not touching, but close enough she can feel my heat. I meant what I said during the storm. Her breath hitches. Which part? No more games. I lean down, put my mouth next to her ear. "I'm done making you wait. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform."
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 13. Charlotte. The day after the storm, the crew is exhausted but celebrating survival. I'm sore everywhere, from work and from what Rakam did to me against the rail. I can barely look at anyone. They know. They have to know. The way Scarlet smirks at me over breakfast. The knowing glance Talia gives Pike. Even Flint's grunt sounds amused. "Sleep well, Dole?" Scarlet asks, all innocence. My face burns. "Fine, thank you." Cade snorts into his kaffa. I want to sink through the deck. But there's also pride. I survived the storm. I earned my place, and I chose what happened after. No shame. That's what Rakam keeps telling me. No shame in wanting, in choosing, in taking pleasure. Still getting used to that idea. Silris slides into the seat beside me, too close. Her thigh presses against mine. You look well rested, sweet tits. I choke on my bread. She grins, all filed teeth and wicked amusement. The storm agreed with you, I think. I can't form words. She knows. They all know. But instead of the judgment I expect, the scandal, the shame Sterling taught me to feel, there's just acceptance, mild teasing, crew solidarity. This is normal here. Desire, sex, choosing your partners. I'm still adjusting to a world where I'm allowed to want things. After breakfast, Scarlett assigns me to help Ezra. He's in the galley, preparing ingredients for evening stew, pipe clamped between his teeth. Ah, there she is. How are you feeling, lass? Tired, sore, but good? He chuckles. Storm will do that to you. Nothing like facing death to make you feel alive after. We work in comfortable silence for a while. I'm chopping vegetables, he's preparing meat. The rhythm is soothing after yesterday's chaos. Then he starts talking. Casual. Like he's just making conversation. You know, I've sailed with Captain Rakam for near on 15 years now. I glance up. That's a long time. Seen him at his worst, at his best, watched him build this crew from nothing. He's telling me this for a reason. I set down my knife, giving him my attention. He wasn't always a captain, you know. Started as a deckhand, worked his way up through sheer bloody-mindedness and refusal to quit. Ezra puffs his pipe. The sweet smoke curls between us. Lost his father and little sister when he was young. Dark elves raided their village on Earth before the portal closed, took them to work camps here in Protheka. My stomach clenches. I knew Rakam had lost family, didn't know the details. He was 14, too small to fight, watched them dragged away. By the time he got big enough, strong enough, tracked them down. Ezra shakes his head. His sister was already dead. Father died in his arms. Oh gods. That's when he started hunting slavers. Every ship we raid that traffics people. That's personal for him. Every slave we free is his sister, his father, the people he couldn't save. I'm crying, can't help it. Understanding now why Rakam reacted so violently to my bruises, why he's so protective. Why are you telling me this? Ezra meets my eyes. Because you need to know. Captain's never kept a woman more'n a night, lass. Not in all the years I've known him. My heart stutters. You're different. Special. And that terrifies him, I reckon. He's lost everyone he ever loved. Afraid of losing you too. But I'm not going anywhere. He doesn't know that yet. Man's been alone so long, he's forgotten how to let people in. Ezra returns to his work. Just be patient with him. He's learning too. I process this. Rakam, dominant, confident, always in control, is scared. Of me. Of losing me. Thank you for telling me. Figured you should know what you're getting into. He grins around his pipe. He's a good man. Rough around the edges, but good. You could do worse. I laugh. Watery, but genuine. I have done worse. Sterling was a right bastard. We return to cooking, but my mind is spinning. Rakam lost everyone. Built walls. Doesn't know how to love without fear of loss. And I'm falling for him anyway. Dangerous for both of us. That evening the crew gathers in the galley, bellies full of Ezra's stew, passing around Jisk telling stories. This is tradition, apparently. After surviving a storm, they tell tales. Remind themselves they're alive. Ezra starts. A story about the time they raided a slaver ship and found a woman locked in the hold with 30 children. How Scarlet broke the chains herself, carried each child to safety. Scarlet waves it off. Just doing what's right. But I see pride in her eyes, and pain, remembering her own captivity. Flint signs a story in Warrior's Cant. Grim translates in his gruff gestures. About the time Rakam dove underwater during a naval battle, shifted to his natural form, and tore holes in an enemy warship from below. The crew cheers. Rakam grins, embarrassed by the praise. Silris tells about a storm worse than yesterday's. How they thought they'd die, but Rakam refused to give up. Stayed at the helm for 2 days straight. Steered them through. Most stubborn orc I've ever met, she finishes. Thank the gods for it. More stories. Some funny, some harrowing, all revealing pieces of these people I'm learning to love. Then Ezra speaks again. But this time, his voice takes on a different quality. Storyteller mode. Let me tell you about the siren and the captain. The crew settles. This is a formal telling, a fable. Once there was a captain, proud, strong, alone. He thought he needed no one, that the sea was enough. Ezra's voice weaves the tale. About a sea creature who fell in love with the captain, who watched him sail year after year, growing more isolated. Finally, she revealed herself, offered him a choice: stay on the surface, alone and safe, or dive with her, risk drowning, but find something worth more than safety. He dove, and she dragged him down, down, down to the depths, showed him wonders he'd never imagined, creatures of light and dark, gardens of coral, the heart of the ocean itself. The crew is rapt. I'm trembling. When she finally brought him back to the surface, he was changed. No longer the same man. He'd seen too much, felt too much. Ezra looks directly at me. The siren asked, was it worth the risk? He said every drowning moment, because now I know what it means to truly live. Silence. Then Talia whispers, that's about you, doll. I realise. Everyone's looking at me, and then at Rakam. He's watching me with an expression I've never seen before. Vulnerable. Open. The fable wasn't just a story. It was for us. Ezra's telling me Rakam's drowning, and he's choosing it anyway. My throat is tight. Can't speak. Rakam stands, offers his hand. Come with me. I take it. We end up on deck, stars overhead, calm sea. The crew's noise fades behind us. Did you understand? He asks quietly. What Ezra was saying? I think so. I'm not good at this. At feelings. He struggles. At letting people matter. I wait. Let him find the words. Everyone I've ever loved died, or left, or got taken. His jaw clenches. Easier not to love. Safer. But then there's you. He cups my face, and I can't seem to stop. My heart might explode. I'm falling for you, doll. Don't know when it happened. Don't know how to stop it, and it terrifies me. I kiss him. Pour everything I can't say into it. All my own fear and hope and need. When we break apart, I whisper, I'm falling too, and I'm terrified too. Sterling taught me love means pain. I'm not Sterling. I know. That's why I'm falling. He holds me. Just holds me. No demands. No claiming. Just comfort. We stand like that for a long time. Two broken people learning to be whole together. Finally, he speaks. I can't promise I won't mess this up. Can't promise I'll always get it right. I can't either. But I can promise I'll protect you, fight for you, never let anyone hurt you again. I know. You already have. He kisses my forehead, tender, possessive. Come to bed, just to sleep. I need to hold you. We go to his cabin, strip down to bare skin, slide under the furs together. He pulls me against his chest. I fit perfectly, head under his chin, his massive body curved around mine. "This is enough," he murmurs. "Just this, having you here." I trace the scars on his chest, each one a story, a battle, a life saved or lost. "Tell me about this one." And he does, quiet in the darkness, telling me stories about each scar, his history written on his skin. I tell him about mine. The bruises that faded, the words that left deeper marks. We trade truths until sleep takes us. Two broken people, learning to heal together.
Chapter 14. Rakam. Morning finds me watching Charlotte train with Pike. They're matched for size and inexperience. Makes them good sparring partners. She's gotten better, faster, more confident in her movements. The hesitation is gone. When Pike lunges, Charlotte dodges and counters in one smooth motion. Pike stumbles. Charlotte grins. "Again," I call from the quarterdeck. They reset. This time Pike's more careful, but Charlotte's learned to read tells. The way shoulders telegraph strikes, feet position before a lunge. She blocks, sidesteps, taps Pike's ribs with the practice blade. "Point to the doll!" Cade shouts from his station. The crew's gathered to watch. Morning combat drills are routine, but Charlotte's improvement has them interested. She's one of them now. They're invested in her success. Pike and Charlotte go again. Faster this time. Real intensity. Pike lands a hit on her shoulder. She grunts but doesn't stop. Counters with a low strike that would have gutted Pike if the blade were real. "Halt!" I descend to the deck. "Good work, both of you." Charlotte's breathing hard, sweat-soaked, grinning. She looks alive, fierce, beautiful. "Your defense is improving," I tell her, "but you're still pulling your strikes. In real combat, you commit fully, or you die." "I don't want to hurt Pike." "Pike's wearing padding, and needs to learn to defend better." I look at my ship's assistant. "If the doll can hit you, so can an enemy. Block faster." Pike nods, chastised but not offended. I turn back to Charlotte. "Again. This time, don't hold back. I want to see vicious." She nods, resets her stance. They go. And this time, Charlotte's different. Aggressive. Each strike has real force behind it. She's channeling something. Anger at Sterling, maybe. Or just the joy of finally being allowed to be violent. She drives Pike back, lands 3 hits in rapid succession. Pike tries to counter, but Charlotte's inside their guard, blade at their throat. "Yield!" Pike gasps. Charlotte steps back immediately, offers a hand to help Pike up. The crew erupts in cheers. Flint approaches, examining Charlotte critically. "Not bad, doll. Actually not bad." From him, that's a standing ovation. Scarlett claps Charlotte on the back hard enough to stagger her. "Told you she had it in her." 3rd time Scarlett said it, but this time it's official. Combat proven. Charlotte's earned her place through skill, not just surviving. Charlotte's glowing, pride and belonging radiating off her. I feel that dangerous warmth in my chest again. Not just possessiveness, not just pride. Love. Damn. Midday, Cade makes his mistake. We're taking a water break. Charlotte's leaning against the rail, drinking deeply, shirt plastered to her skin from exertion. Cade's watching. His eyes linger too long on her chest. "At least the doll's good for something now, eh, Captain? Nice to look at and useful." The words are barely out of his mouth before I'm on him. I cross the deck in 3 strides, grab him by the throat, lift him off his feet. What did I say about respecting her? Cade chokes, claws at my hand. Captain, I didn't mean... She's crew. That means you treat her like crew, not like something to ogle. I can feel my control slipping. The rage is disproportionate to his offense, but I can't stop it. Can't stand anyone looking at her that way, reducing her to decoration when she's so much more. Rakam. Charlotte's voice. Calm. She touches my arm. He didn't mean harm. I look at her. See no fear. Just understanding. And maybe amusement. Let him go, she says quietly. Please. I drop Cade. He gasps for air, rubbing his throat. Charlotte addresses him directly. I'm crew. That means you respect me the way you respect Scarlet or Talia. Understood? Cade nods frantically. Understood. I'm sorry, doll. Truly. Apology accepted. She turns to me. And you. Stop trying to murder people for minor offenses. The crew's dead silent, watching her order me around. I should be angry, should put her in her place. Instead, I laugh. She's right. I overreacted, and she just handled it better than I did. Yes, ma'am. The crew relaxes, some chuckle. Crisis averted, but I pull Charlotte aside later. I can't help it. When someone disrespects you, I know. But I can handle minor things myself. Save the murder threats for real threats. She's serious. Establishing boundaries. Good. Noted. But if anyone actually touches you, then you can murder them. Deal. Deal. She grins. Reaches up, pulls me down for a quick kiss. Right there on deck, in front of everyone. Claiming me as much as I claim her. The crew whoops and hollers. I don't care. Let them see. Let everyone know she's mine and I'm hers. Afternoon training shifts to Scarlet. She takes Charlotte through advanced techniques, dirty fighting, pressure points, how to break holds. Forget honor, Scarlet tells her. Win ugly. Survive. She shows Charlotte how to gouge eyes, break fingers, use her small size to slip free from larger opponents. Charlotte absorbs it all. Practices on the dummy with increasing viciousness. Good, Scarlet approves. Now try it on me. Charlotte hesitates. But I'm giving you permission. Come at me like you mean it. Charlotte does. Scarlet defends easily at first, calling out corrections. But Charlotte's learning. Getting faster. More unpredictable. Finally, Charlotte manages to slip Scarlet's guard. Gets her fingers near Scarlet's eyes in what would have been a gouge. Scarlet steps back. Grins. Very good. You'll do. High praise. After training, Scarlet pulls Charlotte aside. I'm too far to hear words, but I see the body language. Scarlet's hand on Charlotte's shoulder. Serious conversation. Charlotte nodding, tears in her eyes. They embrace. Quick. Fierce. When Charlotte returns, she won't tell me what Scarlet said. Girl talk. Private. I don't push. Some things are between them. But I'm grateful. Scarlet's giving Charlotte something I can't. Another woman's understanding. Shared experience of surviving men's violence and choosing to be strong anyway. Charlotte needs that. Needs to know she's not alone in what she survived. Evening finds me in my cabin with Charlotte. She's exhausted from training, body covered in new bruises. Good ones, from sparring, not abuse. I examine each one carefully. Make sure nothing serious. Apply salve where needed. You're getting good, I tell her while I work. Really good. In a few more weeks, you'll be able to hold your own against most opponents. Scarlet said the same thing. Scarlet's never wrong about combat. Charlotte's quiet while I finish treating her. Then, she told me about the fighting pits, what they did to her. I go still. Scarlett rarely talks about that time. She said you bought her freedom, paid triple what she was worth, then offered her a place on your crew. She earned it. Best fighter I've ever seen. She said you saved her life, that she'd be dead if you hadn't. I set down the salve. Scarlett saved herself. I just gave her the opportunity. She doesn't see it that way. Charlotte cups my face. You save people. It's what you do. Scarlett. The crew. Me. I'm not a hero doll. I'm a pirate. I kill people. Steal. Break laws. You kill slavers. Steal from traffickers. Break unjust laws. She's fierce about it. You're more honorable than any noble I've met. I pull her close, bury my face in her hair. You make me better than I am. No, I just see you clearly. We stay like that for a long moment, holding each other. Finally, I pull back. Hungry? Starving. We join the crew for evening meal. Charlotte sits between Scarlett and Silris, laughing at some joke Cade's telling. She fits here. Belongs. Across the table, Ezra catches my eye. Nods. Knowing. I nod back. He was right. I'm falling. Already fallen, really. And I'm choosing to let myself drown.
There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me. Chapter 15. Charlotte. We dock at the Rot 3 days later. I've heard the crew talk about it, the pirate port, lawless and dangerous, but nothing prepares me for actually seeing it. The smell hits first. Salt and fish and unwashed bodies and something acrid I can't identify. Then the noise, shouting in a dozen languages, metal clanging, music from competing taverns, screams that might be laughter or pain. The dock itself is chaos, ships of every size and origin crammed together, pirates, smugglers, merchants who don't ask questions, dark elves and orcs and humans all mixed together with no apparent hierarchy. It should terrify me. Instead, I feel something like recognition. This is where I belong now, not in Ter's civilized streets where dark elves rule and humans bow. Not in Sterling's ordered world of contracts and appearances. Here, where everyone's equally dangerous and equally free. Stay close. Rakam's hand settles on my lower back. Possessive. Protective. This place is dangerous for women travelling alone. I look around, see several women moving through the crowd, armed, confident, unbothered. They seem fine. They're known. Established. You're new. That makes you a target until word spreads that you're mine. Mine. The word still sends shivers through me. We disembark. The crew scatters immediately. Scarlett to the weapons dealer, Flint to check ship supplies, Cade heading toward a tavern with suspicious eagerness. Rakam keeps me close. His presence parts the crowd like a ship cutting through waves. People see him and move. Some nod respectfully. Others look away quickly. He's feared here. Respected. I stand taller. I'm with him. That makes me dangerous by association. We walk through the market, stalls selling everything, weapons, food, cloth, creatures I don't recognise in cages. And there, tucked between a spice merchant and a blacksmith, slaves. I stop, can't help it. A dark elf woman stands on a platform, barely clothed, while potential buyers examine her like livestock. Beside her, 3 human children. Across the way, an orc man in chains. My stomach turns. Rakam follows my gaze. His expression goes cold. Flesh markets. We raid them when we can, free who we can. But there's always more. That could have been me. The words come out strangled. If you'd sold me like Sterling intended. I didn't, and I never would. He pulls me away. Come, we're not here for that. But I can't unsee it. Can't forget how close I came to that fate. Rakam leads me to a shop front. Weathered sign reads, Gresh's Outfitting in multiple languages. Inside, a scarred orc woman looks up from her workbench. One eye is milky white, the other sharp as a blade. Rakam, been a while. Gresh, need to outfit my woman, everything. She's crew now. Gresh's good eye examines me critically. She's small, delicate build, human? Yes. And you want her functional, not decorative? Both, but functional first. Gresh nods, comes around the counter, starts measuring me like an object. Wrist, arm length, shoulder width, chest, waist, hips, inseam. Her hands are professional, clinical, but I still flush being handled like this. Stand still, Gresh orders. Can't fit you properly if you're squirming. I force myself motionless. She circles me, muttering measurements, then starts pulling items from shelves and racks. Leather vest, dark brown, reinforced but flexible. Canvas trousers in grey and black. Boots that actually fit my feet instead of being too large. A weapons belt with loops for knife and cutlass. Try these. I change behind a screen. The clothes fit better than anything I've worn on the ship. Actually tailored for a woman's frame instead of borrowed from male crew. I emerge. Rakam's eyes darken immediately. Perfect, he says. Voice rough. Gresh grunts agreement. Good lines. Practical. She can move. Pauses. You'll want something for shore leave too. Can't always be in work clothes. She brings out a corset. Dark blue leather, silver clasps. Structured but designed for movement, not restriction. I hesitate. Corsets are Sterling's world. Decoration. Constraint. Try it, Rakam says. If you hate it, we don't buy it. I change again. The corset is different from what I wore before. It supports without crushing, enhances without artifice. I look in the mirror Gresh provides. Don't recognise myself. The woman staring back is strong, dangerous, beautiful in a fierce way I've never been. Not Lady Charlotte Ashbourne, someone else, someone better. I emerge. Rakam's expression shifts to something primal, hungry. We'll take it, he says without looking away from me. Everything, and add a coat, Leviathan hide if you have it. Gresh smirks. I know what you want. Give me 10 minutes. She disappears into a back room. Rakam approaches, adjusts the corset laces himself, his massive hands gentle despite their size. How does it feel? Different. Good different. You look... He searches for words. Powerful. Like you could kill someone and look beautiful doing it. Is that a compliment? The highest I can give. He leans down, kisses me, deep and claiming, his hand on my throat, tilting my head back. When he pulls away, I'm breathless. Every pirate in this port will want you, he murmurs. But you're mine. Yours, I agree. Gresh returns with a coat. Dark blue like the corset, Leviathan hide that catches the light with iridescent shimmer. Silver clasps that match. perfectly fitted. I try it on. It's armour and art both. How much? Rakam asks. Gresh names a price. It's high. Rakam pays without hesitation, adds extra. For the rushwork. We leave with packages, my new life wrapped in brown paper. Walking back through the market feels different now. I'm wearing the new vest and trousers, boots that don't pinch, the coat draped over my arm. I look like I belong here. And people notice. Pirates stare, some appreciative, some calculating, trying to figure out who I am, who I belong to. Rakam's hand never leaves my lower back, claiming touch, message clear. One drunk pirate stumbles into my path, human, scarred, stinking of Jisk. Hey there, pretty. How much for an hour? Before I can respond, Rakam's there, steps between us. She's not for sale. The drunk squints up at him. Everything's for sale in the rot. Rakam grabs his wrist, twists. I hear bones break. The man screams, falls to his knees. She's not for sale, Rakam repeats, deadly quiet. Spread the word. Captain Rakam's woman is off limits. Anyone touches her dies. Understand? The drunk nods frantically. Rakam releases him. He scurries away, cradling his broken wrist. The crowd has stopped, watching, assessing. Rakam raises his voice. I'll say it once. Charlotte is mine, under my protection. Anyone disrespects her answers to me. Silence. Then pirates nod. Back away. Word spreads in whispers. I should be horrified. He just broke a man's wrist for speaking to me. Instead, I feel safe, protected, claimed. Sterling never defended me, never stood between me and threat, never made it clear I was his to protect. Rakam just broke bones to establish my safety. We continue walking. The crowd parts now. People nod respectfully. To him and to me. Did you have to break his wrist? I ask quietly. Yes. Word spreads fast here. One warning, delivered violently, prevents 100 future problems. Efficient. Practical. He glances down at me. Bothered? I should be, but I'm not. Good. Because it won't be the last time I have to remind people you're mine. We return to the ship. The crew's gathered, showing off their purchases, weapons, supplies, luxuries. I carry my packages to Rakam's cabin, change into the new clothes, look at myself in the small mirror. This is who I am now. Not decoration, not victim, crew, fighter, Rakam's woman, free. I emerge on deck. The crew sees me and reactions vary. Scarlet nods approval. Looking good, doll. Actually dangerous now. Talia whistles. Captain's going to have a hard time keeping you to himself. Silris's violet eyes track over me slowly, appreciatively. Delicious sweet tits. Absolutely delicious. I flush but don't look away. Own it. Pike gives thumbs up. Flint grunts something that might be approval. Even Cade, carefully, says, You look proper pirate now, doll. Rakam appears from his working cabin, sees me surrounded by crew, confident and smiling. His expression goes soft, proud. I cross to him, go up on my toes, kiss him in front of everyone. Let them see, let them know. I choose him. He chooses me. When I pull back, the crew's cheering. About damn time, Scarlet shouts. Rakam laughs, picks me up, swings me around, sets me down gently. Your trouble, he tells me. You love it. I do. And there, in front of his crew, surrounded by the chaos of the rot, wearing armour disguised as clothing. I've never been happier. This is my life now. Dangerous and violent and honest and free.
Chapter 16. Rakam. Evening at the Rot means taverns. The crew wants to celebrate. Successful voyage. Storm survived. Everyone's still breathing. I'm conducting business anyway. Might as well do both. The drowned mermaid is packed. Pirates, smugglers, merchants of questionable legality. Perfect for what I need. Connecting with my fence, moving some cargo, gathering intelligence, and showing off what's mine. Charlotte walks beside me through the crowd, wearing that corset and new clothes. Every eye in the place tracks her. Hungry. Envious. But my hand is on her lower back. Message clear. We reach my usual table. Back corner. View of all exits. Scarlett's already there with Silris and Flint, keeping the table secure. Captain. My fence appears. Human. Middle-aged. Called Ren. Got your payment for the last shipment. He slides a purse across the table. Heavy. I count quickly. Correct amount plus interest. Good. I've got another delivery coming in 3 weeks. Same arrangement. Double the usual rate and you've got a deal. We negotiate while I pull Charlotte onto my lap. Casual. Possessive. She settles against me without hesitation. Her weight on my thighs. Her back pressed to my chest. Under the table, my hand slides to her knee. Ren notices. Grins. Got yourself a new crew member, I see. More than that. I let my hand drift higher up her thigh. She's mine. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Chapter 17. Charlotte. Morning light filters through the porthole. I wake slowly, body deliciously sore in entirely new ways. Last night was, I don't have words, overwhelming, perfect, too much and not enough all at once. Rakam's arm is heavy across my waist, his body curved around mine, still asleep. I study him in the dawn light. Scars, tusks, black hair falling across his face. He looks almost peaceful like this. Hard to believe this is the same orc who broke a man's wrist yesterday, who edged me in a crowded tavern, who made me watch myself in the mirror while he... My face heats remembering. His eyes open, black and warm. Morning, doll? Morning. He pulls me closer, kisses my shoulder, gentle, unhurried. How do you feel? I consider. Sore, satisfied, happy. Good. We lie there in comfortable silence, no urgency, no demands, just being. Finally, he speaks. I need to tell you something. My stomach drops. Nothing good starts that way. What? Silris asked my permission, a while ago, to touch you. I go very still. What? She wants you. Has since you came aboard. He strokes my hair. I told her no, you weren't ready. And now? Now I think you might be. He turns me to face him. If you want to explore that, with her, I'd allow it, under conditions. My heart is racing. What conditions? I watch. I control both of you. She touches you when and how I say. You're mine first, always. But if you want to experience that, I'll deliver it. I'm processing. He's offering Silris. Why? Because you're curious. Because you deserve to explore what you want. Because I'm secure enough to share under my terms. He cups my face. But only if you want it. Say no and we never speak of it again. Do I want it? I think about Silris watching me bathe, her hands on mine during navigation lessons, like an artwork worth studying. Yes, I want it. I want it, I whisper. But I'm nervous. That's normal. She'll be gentle, and I'll be there, keeping you safe. A knock on the door. Rakam calls, "Enter." Silris steps in. Of course, he planned this. She's wearing less than usual, dark silks that barely cover, her purple hair loose, violet eyes bright. "Good morning, sweet tits, Captain." My mouth is dry. Rakam sits up, pulling me with him. "Charlotte's agreed. Under my rules. Understood?" Silris nods, serious despite the hunger in her eyes. "Your rules, your woman. I'm just visiting." "Good." He looks at me. "You're in control here. Say stop and we stop. Say red and everything stops. Understand?" I nod. Out loud, doll. "I understand. Good girl." He positions me on the bed, sits behind me, my back to his chest, his legs bracketing mine. "Silris, you may approach." She moves like liquid, graceful, predatory. Kneels on the bed in front of me. "Hi," she says softly. "You're beautiful, you know that." I can't speak, just nod. "May I touch you?" I look at Rakam. He nods. Answer her. "Yes." Silris reaches out, trails one finger down my arm. Featherlight. Entirely different from Rakam's claiming touches. "So soft," she murmurs, "like silk."
Chapter 18. Rakam. Morning after. Charlotte's still asleep, tangled in furs. Silris left hours ago. After I made it clear Charlotte sleeps in my arms, alone with me, watching her with Silris, seeing her pleasure, her curiosity, her power, didn't make me jealous, made me proud. She's confident enough now to explore, secure enough in us to want more, but she's still mine. That was clear. When she came, it was my name she called. When it was over, it was my arms she sought. Silris understood, accepted her role. "Thank you for the gift, Captain," she'd said before leaving. "But she's yours. That's obvious." Good. Charlotte stirs, opens her eyes, sees me watching. "Hi. Hi yourself." I stroke her hair. "How do you feel?" She considers. "Good. A little overwhelmed, but good. Regrets? No." She's certain. "It was perfect. She was gentle. You were there. I felt safe the whole time." Relief floods through me. "Good. That's what matters." She traces patterns on my chest. "Thank you for letting me explore, for keeping me safe while I did. You're mine, doll. That means giving you what you need, even if what you need is another woman's touch." She laughs, soft, content. "I love you." The words hang in the air. She freezes, realizes what she said. "I didn't mean, I wasn't." "Charlotte." She won't look at me. I tilt her chin up. "I love you too." Her eyes widen. "You do?" Terrifies me, but yes, I love you. She kisses me, deep and claiming, pouring everything into it. When we break apart, she's crying. Happy tears. "I never thought I'd have this," she whispers. "Love that doesn't hurt. That makes me stronger instead of smaller. You deserve it. Deserved it all along." Sterling was the broken one, not you. We lie there, trading soft kisses, murmuring confessions. Finally, hunger drives us from bed. On deck, the crew's preparing to leave port. Last-minute supplies being loaded. Scarlet barking orders. Charlotte appears in her new clothes. Confident. Glowing. The crew notices. Silris catches Charlotte's eye. Winks. Charlotte blushes but smiles back. No awkwardness. No shame. Just acknowledgement of what happened and acceptance. Scarlet approaches me while Charlotte helps Pike with cargo. "She's good for you," my first mate says quietly. "Haven't seen you this happy in years." "She makes me better. She makes you soft." But Scarlet's grinning. "In a good way. You needed someone to crack that armor." "Don't tell anyone I've gone soft. Bad for my reputation. Your secret's safe." She sobers. "But speaking of reputation, got some intel last night. Word at the taverns." My gut clenches. "What word?" "Sterling's business associates. They're not happy about his death. Been asking questions. Hiring." "Hiring who?" "Mercenaries. Fleet of 3 ships. Captain named Vex." The name triggers recognition. Vex is notorious, ruthless, expensive. If Sterling's people hired him. When? Left Voig 4 days ago. Heading this direction. ETA maybe 3, 4 days. Damn, I calculate. We're a day from open water. If we leave now, get distance. Get everyone aboard. We sail within the hour. Scarlet nods, starts shouting orders. I cross to Charlotte. She's laughing at something Pike said. Carefree. Happy. Hates to ruin that, but she needs to know. "Charlotte, a word." She follows me to my working cabin. Sees my expression. "What's wrong?" "Sterling's business associates hired mercenaries. 3 ships, coming for us." She goes pale. "Because of me. Because of Sterling's cowardice. This isn't your fault. But they're coming because you took me. They're coming because I killed their business partner and exposed their trafficking operation." I cup her face. "This was always going to happen. You just gave me something worth fighting for." "What do? We sail, get distance, prepare. If they catch us, we fight. I want to fight. I'm trained now. I can help." "Absolutely not. You're staying below deck where it's safe." Her jaw sets. Stubborn. "I'm crew. Crew fights." "You're also the reason they're coming. If it comes wrong, you're the backup plan. They'll try to take you alive. Use you as leverage." She hadn't considered that. Fear flickers across her face. "You stay hidden, protected. That's not negotiable." She wants to argue. I see it. But she nods. "Okay. Good girl." We return to deck. The crew's moving with urgent efficiency. Everyone knows something's wrong. I address them. "Sterling's people hired mercenaries. 3 ships. Captain Vex commanding. They want the Blacktooth sunk. No survivors." Grim reactions, but no fear. My crew doesn't scare easy. "We've got maybe 4 days before they catch us. We use that time to prepare. Cade, check ammunition. Silris, prepare your strongest spells. Flint, sharpen everything. Scarlet, combat drills for everyone." Affirmative responses. "And Charlotte," all eyes turn to her, "stays protected. If they board, someone's with her at all times. She doesn't fight front line. Understood?" The crew nods. Protective. She's one of them now. Charlotte looks like she wants to argue, but doesn't. Smart enough to know this isn't the time. We cast off within the hour. The rot fades behind us. And ahead, 3 ships full of mercenaries who want us dead. I stand at the helm, Charlotte beside me, my hand on hers. We'll survive this, I tell her. Promise? I can't promise that. We might die. All of us. But I can promise to fight like hell. I promise I'll do everything to keep you safe. She leans against me. Then that's enough. The sea stretches ahead. Calm now. But storm's coming. And this time, it's human-made.
Chapter 19. Charlotte. The next 3 days are preparation, combat drills, weapons checks, Silris chanting spells I don't understand, Cade obsessively cleaning the Magitech cannons. Everyone's tense, moving with purpose, no jokes, no singing, just grim determination. I try to help. Scarlet puts me through extra training. If it comes down to it, you need to be able to defend yourself. We drill knife fighting. Close quarters, dirty tricks. She's harsher than usual. No patience for mistakes. Your life depends on this, she snaps when I fumble a parry. Their life depends on this, gestures to the crew. You think they can focus on fighting if they're worried about protecting you? It stings. But it's true. I train harder, until my hands bleed through the calluses, until Scarlet finally nods. Better. Not good, but better. Evenings, Rakam holds me in his cabin. Neither of us sleeping much. Just lying together, memorizing each other. What happens if... Don't. His voice is firm. We don't talk about if. We talk about when we survive. But when we survive, where do you want to go? What do you want to see? I understand. He's making me focus on future, on living, not on dying. I want to see the shattered isles, the ones that are supposed to be beautiful, not just ports and markets, actual beauty. I'll take you. After this, I know a place. Waterfalls, white sand, water so clear you can see 50 feet down. Promise? Promise. We make plans, detailed ones, where we'll go, what we'll do. Building a future in words, making it real enough to fight for. Day 4, dawn. Silris spots them first, 3 ships on the horizon, moving fast. Captain, 3 sails bearing down! Everyone's on deck immediately. Battle stations. I can see them now. Larger than the Blacktooth. Better armed. Flying mercenary colours. Rakam takes the helm. His face is calm. Deadly calm. Positions. Everyone knows their role. Cade. Wait for my signal. Silris. Give me fog if they get too close. Scarlet. Boarding defence. Flint. Prepare to repel boarders. Orders are acknowledged. Everyone moves. Rakam looks at me. Below deck. Now. But... Charlotte. Please. His voice cracks slightly. I can't fight if I'm worried about you. Please. I see it. The fear under the command. He's terrified of losing me. Okay. I kiss him quickly. Don't die. Wasn't planning on it. I go below, to his cabin. Scarlet follows, assigns Grim to guard me. The massive helmsman nods. Signs. No one gets past me. I believe him. Through the walls I hear shouting, the boom of cannons, Silris's chanting, the crack of Magitech firing. The ship rocks violently. We've been hit. More cannon fire. The smell of smoke. Screaming, ours or theirs, I can't tell. I grip my knife. The one Rakam gave me. If anyone gets past Grim, I'll be ready. Time stretches. Could be minutes or hours. No way to tell. Then, footsteps pounding down. My heart stops. Scarlet appears, bleeding from a cut on her forehead. They're boarding. Grim, you're needed topside. I'll stay with the doll. Grim signs something. Scarlet nods. I know. I'll protect her. Go. He leaves. Scarlet locks the door behind him, positions herself between me and the entrance, both axes drawn. How bad is it? Bad. They've got numbers. We've got skill. It's close. More sounds. Closer now. Steel clashing. Men dying. The door shudders. Someone trying to break through. Scarlet tenses. Get behind me. I do. Knife ready. The door splinters. Mercenaries pour through. 3 of them. Scarlet's a blur. Axes spinning. She drops 2 in seconds. The 3rd gets past her. Charges me. I don't freeze. Don't think. Just react. Dodge. Like Scarlet taught me. Strike. Like Rakam showed me. My knife finds his throat. Hot blood sprays. He falls. I stare. I just killed a man. 2nd time, but it doesn't get easier. Scarlet grabs my arm. You did good. Stay focused. More mercenaries. She holds the doorway. An orcish Thermopylae. They can't get past her. Bodies pile up. She's tireless, brutal, magnificent. Finally, silence. Scarlet's breathing hard, covered in blood. Stay here, I'll check. She leaves. I'm alone with corpses. Shaking. Minutes pass. Eternal. Then, footsteps. Heavy. Familiar. Rakam appears in the doorway, drenched in blood, but alive. Charlotte! I throw myself at him. He catches me. Holds me so tight I can't breathe. It's over. We won. I'm crying. Relief and terror mixed. You're alive. So are you. Thank the gods you're alive. We stand there, holding each other, surrounded by death and blood, but never so alive.
Chapter 20. Rakam. The battle is over. Bodies littering both decks. Blood everywhere. But we won. We always win. I take stock. Flint's got a deep cut on his arm. Ezra's already wrapping it. Cade's bleeding from his head but grinning manically. Talia limps but waves off help. Grim's got fresh bruises. Scarlet's covered in blood that isn't hers. Charlotte's alive. That's what matters. We lost no one. 3 mercenary ships attacked and we sank 2, captured 1. Sterling's revenge attempt failed, but it won't be the last. I gather the crew on deck. Evening sun painting everything red. Appropriate. We won, I tell them. But this isn't over. Sterling's associates will try again. Bigger. Better armed. They'll keep coming until we're dead. Or they are. Silence. They know I'm right. So we have a choice. We can run. Keep running. Change our names. Hide. Hope they give up. I let that sit. See rejection on every face. Or we end it. Hunt them down first. Finish what Sterling started. Scarlet grins. I vote hunt. Agreement ripples through the crew. It'll be dangerous. More fights like this. Some of us might not survive. Flint signs. We're pirates. Danger is the job. Good. I meet each person's eyes. We need intelligence first. Who ordered this attack? Who paid for it? Then we sail at dawn and end this threat permanently. The crew disperses to repairs. Charlotte appears from below deck, still covered in blood. Eyes haunted but clear. She killed a man today. Her second. It doesn't get easier. I approach, pull her close. She buries her face against my chest. I'm okay, she whispers. Just processing. Take your time. We stand there while the crew works around us. The ship rocks gently. The sea doesn't care about our battles. Finally, she pulls back. What happens now? Now! We hunt. I meant with us. I cup her face. What do you want to happen? I don't know. Everything's happened so fast. 2 weeks ago, I was Sterling's wife. Now I'm... What? You're mine, if you want to be. She searches my face. Is that enough? Just being yours? What else do you want? Partnership, equality, not just property. I smile. You've been equal since you earned your place. Crew doesn't follow property. They follow people they respect. Do they respect me? Scarlet stood guard over you during the fight. Crew protected you as one of their own. Yes, doll. They respect you. She nods slowly, processing. I love you, she says quietly. I know we haven't said it much, but I do. I know. I love you too. So what happens after we hunt Sterling's partners? We live, however we want, whatever that looks like. She kisses me. Soft. Promise of more later. Okay, let's hunt. Night falls. The captured mercenary ship floats beside us. The Serpent's Tooth. We've secured the crew in the hold, separated the officers for questioning. I descend with Scarlet and Flint. Time to get answers. The captain is a half-orc mercenary named Cross, bleeding from multiple wounds but alive. He glares at us with one good eye. The other is swollen shut. You're wasting your time, he spits. I'm not telling you nonsense. I crouch in front of him. I think you will, because you're smart enough to know how this works. Damn you, pirate! Scarlet kicks his wounded leg. He howls. Let's try again, I say calmly. Who hired you? Silence. Stubborn. I nod to Flint. The bosun's hook hand gleams in the lamplight. Cross's eye widens. Wait! I'm waiting. It was Vex. Captain Vex of the Prosperity. Dark Elf. Sterling's main trading partner. Good. Confirmation. Where is he now? Last I heard, sailing between Voig and the Rot. Trade route. But he moves around. How many ships does he have? 2. Prosperity is the flagship. Escort frigate called Shadow's Edge. Crew size? 40 on Prosperity. 20 on the frigate. All experienced. Some former military. I process this. Better armed than Sterling's crew, but still manageable. Why did he hire you? Sterling's partners want revenge. You killed their golden goose, disrupted their operations, made them look weak. Cross laughs bitterly. They pooled resources, hired 3 crews. We were supposed to finish you. But you failed. Obviously. What happens when Vex learns you failed? Cross goes pale. He'll assume we're dead. All of us. Smart man. I stand. You have a choice. Sail with me. Join my crew. We always need skilled fighters. Or I drop you at the nearest port with enough gold to disappear. Your choice. He stares. You're offering me a job. Offering you life. That's more than Vex would give you after failure. Cross considers. If I sail with you, I'm crew, not prisoner. Crew. You follow orders, work hard, you're protected. Same as everyone else. Then I'm in. I nod. Scarlet, get him to Ezra. Patch him up. Feed him. Assign him a hammock. She leads Cross out. Flint and I remain in the hold. You trust him? Flint signs. Not yet, but fear of Vex is stronger than loyalty to gold. He'll work hard to prove himself. Flint grunts agreement. We question the other officers. Get confirmation. Vex is the coordinator. Sterling's 3 main partners pooled resources for revenge. Now 2 of those partners are dead or fled. Only Vex remains. End him, and this is over. 3 days later, we dock at a smuggler's port called Undertow. Hidden cove, no authorities, perfect for gathering intelligence. I leave Scarlet in command and take Charlotte, Silris, and Grim ashore. We need information. Specifically, where is Vex, and when will he be vulnerable? Undertow is exactly what the name suggests. Dangerous currents beneath calm surface. The port caters to pirates, smugglers, and worse. Perfect for our needs. We find our contact in a tavern called the Drowned Rat. Ren is a fence, buys and sells information along with stolen goods. I've worked with him before. He spots us immediately. His one milky eye tracks our approach while the good one assesses threats. Captain Rakam. His voice is gravel and seawater. Heard you had trouble recently. Trouble's over. Now I'm hunting the source. Sterling's associates, yes? Word travels. He gestures to empty chairs. Sit, drink. Tell me what you need. Charlotte sits beside me, silent but observant. She's learning to read these situations. When to speak, when to watch. Silris orders drinks. Grim positions himself with view of the door. Professional. I need Vex, I tell Ren. Dark Elf, captains the Prosperity. Where is he, and when will he be exposed? Ren's smile reveals gold teeth. That's expensive information. I'm aware. Name your price. 3,000 daler. Charlotte's hand tightens on my thigh. That's steep, but necessary. Done. When can you have it? Already have it. He leans back, satisfied. Vex is currently sailing from Voig to the Rot. Trade run. Legal goods on top, slaves hidden below. He'll dock at the Rot in 4 days. Stays 2 nights to resupply and conduct business. Then sails north toward the Shattered Isles. Security? 2 ships, Prosperity and Shadow's Edge. Combined crew of 60, well armed. He's paranoid after hearing about the mercenary failure. Doubled his guards. Weaknesses? Ren considers. He drinks at the Leviathan's Pearl while docked. 3rd floor, private room. Usually brings 4 guards. His crew stays on the ships. If you wanted him isolated. Perfect. When does he arrive at the Rot? 3 days from now. Evening tide. I count out 3,000 gold from my pouch. Ren makes it disappear with practiced ease. Pleasure doing business, Captain. Do try not to die. You're one of my better customers. I'll try. We leave the Drowned Rat. Charlotte's quiet until we're back on the street. Are we really going to attack him at the Rot? That's neutral territory. Breaking port law. Port law only matters if you get caught. I pull her close. Vex needs to die. This ends with him. And if he has more associates, more partners, then we hunt them too, until the threat is gone. She nods slowly. Okay, I'm with you. Back on the Blacktooth, I call a crew meeting. Lay out the plan. Vex docks at the Rot in 3 days. We'll be waiting. This isn't a ship battle. Too much attention, too many witnesses. We take him at the Leviathan's Pearl. Small team. Fast. Surgical. Scarlet grins. Assassination. Exactly. Scarlet, you lead. Take Flint, Grim, and Silris. Charlotte stays on the ship with guards. Charlotte's jaw tightens, but she doesn't argue. She knows she's still the prize they'd take if given the chance. What about his ships? Kate asks. We board them after Vex is dead. Crew will surrender without leadership. We take their cargo, sink the ships, scatter the survivors. The crew nods. They've done this before. Any questions? Silence. Good. We sail at dawn. 3 days to prepare. Sharpen blades, check armor, rest when you can. This ends with Vex. The crew disperses, excited, bloodthirsty, ready. Charlotte stays. I want to be there. When you kill him. Too dangerous? I know. But Sterling sold me. Vex tried to kill me. Kill us. I want to see him die. I study her face. Fierce. Determined. I'll consider it. But you follow orders. If I say hide, you hide. If I say run, you run. Deal. 3 days pass in preparation. Weapons sharpened. Plans refined. Routes memorized. Charlotte trains harder than ever. She knows this is the endgame. Wants to be ready if things go wrong. I watch her spar with Pike. She's fast now. Vicious. Nothing like the terrified woman I took from Sterling's ship 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks. That's all it's been. Feels like longer. Scarlet approaches. We're ready, Captain. Crew's armed, supplies loaded. We can leave within the hour. Good. Set course for the rot. We arrive the day before Vex. I want us positioned and waiting. And the doll? Comes with us. She's earned that much. Scarlet nods. No argument. We set sail as the sun climbs. The Blacktooth cuts through water like she knows we're hunting. Charlotte stands at the rail beside me, wind in her short hair, hand on the cutlass at her hip. Are you scared? She asks quietly. Always. Fear keeps you sharp. What if something goes wrong? Then we adapt. We survive. We always do. She leans against me. After this. After Vex is dead. What happens? We live. Really live. No more looking over shoulders. No more running. Just sailing? Just sailing. Wherever we want. She smiles. I like the sound of that. The rot appears on the horizon, after what feels like years, but is really only weeks. A pathetic port city, pirate haven, smuggler's paradise, place where laws don't reach. Perfect for murder. We dock in the outer harbor, anonymous among dozens of other ships. I send scouts. Talia climbs rooftops, watches the harbor entrance, waiting for Vex's ships. That evening she returns. 2 ships just entered harbor. Dark elf flags, Prosperity and Shadow's Edge. It's time. I gather the strike team. Scarlet, Flint, Grim, Silris. And against my better judgment, Charlotte. You stay behind me, I tell her. You don't engage unless necessary. You're the witness, not the weapon. Understand? I understand. We move through the rot as evening falls. The Leviathan's Pearl is a high-end establishment, expensive, exclusive, catering to wealthy criminals. Vex is inside. 3rd floor. Private room. We're going to kill him. The Pearl's entrance is guarded. 2 bouncers, orcs, massive, armed. Scarlet handles it. Captain Rakam to see Lord Vex. He's expecting us. Lie, but confident. The guard checks a list, frowns. You're not on here. Flint's hook finds his throat. Grim crushes the other's windpipe. They fall silently. We're inside. The Pearl is elegant. Dark wood, crystal chandeliers, soft music. Patrons barely glance at us. They know better than to notice violence here. We climb stairs, 3rd floor. Private rooms line a long hallway. Silris casts detection spell. Points. 3rd door. 6 heat signatures. Vex and 5 guards. More than Ren said. Doesn't matter. I draw my blade. Scarlet readies her axes. Flint's hook gleams. Grim cracks his knuckles. Charlotte stays behind us, blade drawn, ready. Now, I whisper. We kick the door open.
Chapter 21. Charlotte. The door explodes inward. Wood splinters across expensive carpet. Vex's private room is luxury. Velvet furniture, crystal decanters, wall tapestries worth more than most ships. 5 guards surround him, dark elves, heavily armed. Vex himself sits behind an ornate desk. Older, dark elf, silver hair, calculating violet eyes. He doesn't look surprised. Captain Rakam. His voice is smooth, cultured. I wondered when you'd find me. You sent mercenaries after me. That was personal. Business, actually. Sterling's death disrupted profitable arrangements. His associates wanted insurance. Insurance failed. 3 ships, all dead or captured. Vex smiles. So I heard, which is why I brought extra guards tonight. I suspected you'd try something dramatic. The guards move, drawing weapons, positioning between us and Vex. Rakam doesn't hesitate. Take them. Chaos erupts. Scarlet's axes sing. She drops the nearest guard before he can draw. Flint's hook catches another's face, tearing flesh. Grim charges forward like a battering ram, crushing a third against the wall. Silris chants. Purple fire erupts from her staff, forcing 2 guards back. They scream as Wildspont burns through armour. I stay behind Rakam like ordered, watching, waiting, learning. The room is small. Too many bodies. Guards stumbling over furniture trying to reach us. One breaks through, heading straight for me. Sees me as the easy target, the weak link, mistake. I sidestep his strike. My blade finds his ribs, between armour plates where Scarlet taught me. He gasps, eyes wide with surprise. Falls, my 3rd kill, getting easier each time. That should disturb me. It doesn't. Another guard charges. I duck, slash at his thigh. He stumbles. Rakam finishes him with brutal efficiency. The fight lasts maybe 3 minutes. Feels longer. Time stretches when steel is singing. When it's over, 5 bodies litter the expensive carpet. Blood soaking into priceless rugs. The room smells like copper and death. Vex stands slowly, hands raised, smile gone. I'm unarmed. Surely we can negotiate. No. Rakam's voice is ice. You tried to kill my crew, my mate. That's not negotiable. Vex's eyes flick to me. Understanding dawns. Ah, Sterling's wife. I heard he sold you. Didn't realise you'd become this. He says this like I'm something distasteful. Disgusting. I step forward. Rakam doesn't stop me. Lady Charlotte is dead, I tell Vex clearly. Sterling killed her, beat her down, sold her like cargo. She doesn't exist anymore. Then who are you? I'm just the doll, and you tried to kill my captain, my crew, my family. I raise my blade. Vex backs up until he hits the wall. Realises he's cornered. Trapped. Please, I can pay you whatever you want. Name your price. I don't want your gold. His face goes pale. Then what? Justice. For every woman you've traded, every life you've destroyed, every person you've treated as cargo. I look at Rakam. Can I? He considers, studies my face, sees what I need, then nods. He's yours. Vex's eyes widen. You can't be serious, letting her, a woman. I drive my blade into his chest, between ribs, angled up into his heart like Scarlet taught me. He gasps, chokes, stares at me with dying confusion. That's for trying to kill us, I whisper close to his ear. That's for Sterling. That's for every woman you've ever sold. He makes a wet sound, blood bubbles at his lips, then nothing. Dead. I pull my blade free. Let him fall, stand over his body, my blade bloody, my hands steady. I should feel something. Guilt, horror, regret, the weight of taking a life. I feel nothing but cold satisfaction. Rakam's hand on my shoulder. Good kill, doll. Clean. Quick. Professional. Thank you. Scarlett's already moving toward the door. We need to leave. Now. Someone heard that fight. She's right. Shouts in the hallway, running footsteps. We bolt. Through the door, down the hallway. More guards appearing. We cut through them. No time for finesse, just violence and speed. Down the stairs. The Pearl's main floor erupts in chaos. Patrons screaming, scattering. Guards converging. We fight our way to the exit. Scarlett leading, Grim covering rear, me in the middle where Rakam can protect me. Into the street. The rot at night is dangerous at the best of times. Now it's actively hostile. We run through narrow alleys. Vex's remaining crew must have been alerted. Dark elves appearing from shadows, trying to cut us off. Split up, Rakam orders. Meet at the ship. Scarlett and Flint peel left. Silris and Grim go right. Rakam grabs my hand, pulls me straight ahead. We run. My lungs burn, legs scream. But I keep pace, all that training paying off. Behind us, pursuit, shouting, steel clashing. Grim and Silris bought us time. We reach the docks. The Blacktooth waits, crew already preparing to sail. They saw our signal, purple fire from Silris's staff. We're on the boarding plank when arrows whistle past. Vex's crew found us. Cast off! Rakam bellows. The crew moves, ropes released, sails dropping. The ship lurches away from dock, arrows thud into wood. One catches my shoulder, just grazing, but burns. Rakam pulls me down behind the rail. Stay low. More arrows. Return fire from our crew. Cade's laugh as he lights the fuse on a small cannon, warning shot that scatters the attackers. We're moving now, out of arrow range. The Rot's harbour shrinking behind us. I'm breathing hard. Shoulder bleeding but not serious. Adrenaline crashing. Did everyone make it? I gasp. Rakam scans the deck. Scarlett appears over the rail. She and Flint climbed the other side. Silris and Grim right behind them. Everyone's bleeding. Everyone's grinning. We did it, Scarlett says. Vex is dead. His crew's scattered. What about his ships? I ask. Unmanned. Cade appears, wiping soot from his face. I may have encouraged their crews to abandon them, with fire. Behind us, 2 ships burn in the Rot's harbour. Prosperity and Shadow's Edge engulfed in flames. The crew cheers. It's done, really done. Sterling's revenge ended. Vex dead, his operation destroyed. We're free. Rakam pulls me close. I bury my face in his chest, suddenly shaking. The adrenaline crash hits hard. I killed him, I whisper. I looked him in the eyes and killed him. How do you feel? Powerful? Terrified? Alive? That's normal. First planned kill is different from combat. Is it wrong that I don't feel guilty? No, he deserved it. You delivered justice. I pull back, look at him. What now? Now? He grins. Now we sail away from this mess. Find somewhere quiet. Rest. Live. No more revenge. No more revenge. Sterling's associates are dead or scattered. The threat's over. I kiss him. Hard. Claiming. We're both bloody and exhausted and alive. When we break apart, the crew's watching. Smiling. Scarlett raises a flask. To the doll, who killed Vex and didn't flinch. The crew echoes. To the doll. I raise my own flask. Someone handed it to me. To the Blacktooth. To family. We drink. We survived. We won. The rot disappears behind us as dawn breaks. Red sky, red water, new beginning. I'm not Lady Charlotte anymore. Not even just the doll. I'm a pirate, a killer, free.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 22. Rakam. Night before the final assault. Tomorrow we raid Sterling's main compound, his business partners, their records, their gold. End this permanently. Tonight might be our last. Charlotte's in my cabin, pacing, nervous energy radiating off her. Come here, I tell her. She does. Stops in front of me, meets my eyes. I'm scared, she admits. Not of dying, of losing you. I know. Promise me something. Her hands on my chest. If something happens tomorrow, nothing will. If it does, promise you'll survive. Live. Don't do anything stupid trying to save me. I cup her face. Can't promise that. I'd burn the world down before I let you die. Rakam. No, you're mine. I protect what's mine, even if it costs everything. She's crying. Silent tears. I love you. I love you too, doll. More than I thought possible. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Chapter 23. Charlotte. Dawn comes too fast. I wake wrapped in Rakam's arms, rope marks faded on my wrists, body deliciously sore. Last night was everything. Emotional, intense, perfect. But now, battle. Time to move, Rakam murmurs against my neck. We rise, dress, armour this time, leather vest reinforced with metal plates, boots, weapons belt with knife and cutlass. I look in the mirror. Don't recognise myself. The woman staring back is dangerous, capable, free. On deck, crews preparing, checking weapons, loading cannons, Scarlet barking orders. Everyone's tense. This is different from defending against attack. We're the aggressors now. Rakam addresses us. Sterling's compound is fortified, walls, guards, but we have surprise. They think they won, think we're running scared. He grins, all teeth. They're wrong. The crew cheers. Scarlet leads boarding party 1. Flint takes party 2. I'll take party 3. Our objectives: burn their records, take their gold, leave no one alive who knows about the doll. My stomach clenches. This is revenge. Brutal. Necessary. Charlotte. He looks at me. You're with Scarlet's group. Stay close to her. Follow orders. Understand? Yes, Captain. Crew exchanges glances. I called him Captain. Officially, publicly. We approach Sterling's compound as sun rises. Massive estate on the coast. Dark elf architecture. All sharp angles and obsidian. Beautiful. Evil. Silris summons fog. We glide through it. Silent. Deadly. The compound has no idea we're coming. We anchor offshore, lower boats, row to the private dock. I'm in Scarlet's boat. Her, me, Talia, Pike, and 3 others I don't know well. My heart pounds. This is real combat, not defending the ship, attacking. Remember, Scarlet whispers as we approach. Fast and vicious, no mercy. They'd give us none. We reach the dock, tie off, move silent through fog. Guards patrol, don't see us until too late. Scarlet's axes sing, blood sprays. The guards fall, and we're inside. The compound erupts in chaos, alarms ringing, guards scrambling. But we're already moving. 3 teams spreading through the estate. Scarlet leads us toward the record room. Burn everything. Leave no trace Charlotte was ever here. We fight through corridors, dark elf guards with superior weapons. But we're better. I stay close to Scarlet like ordered. My blade finds throats, stomachs, anywhere soft. I'm not thinking, just reacting, training taking over. We reach the record room, massive, shelves of ledgers and documents. Burn it, Scarlet orders. Talia and Pike start spreading lamp oil. I help, hands shaking but steady enough. Then, explosion, somewhere else in compound. Cade. Has to be. Scarlet grins. That's our signal. Light it up. We drop torches. The room ignites. Flames consuming Sterling's legacy. We run back through corridors. Smoke filling the air. More guards. We fight through. I take a cut to my shoulder. Shallow but burning. Keep moving. Can't stop. We burst outside. Other teams converging. Carrying chests of gold. Dragging prisoners for information. Rakam's there. Covered in blood. Alive. Our eyes meet across the courtyard. He nods once. We survived. Fall back! He roars. We run for the boats, the compound burning behind us. Screams and smoke. We row hard. Reach the Black Tooth. Scramble aboard. As we pull away, the compound collapses. Flames reaching the sky. Sterling's legacy. Gone. His revenge. Ended. We're free. Crew erupts in celebration. Passing Jisk. Laughing. Crying. Alive. I find Rakam at the helm. He's watching the burning compound. Face unreadable. It's over, I say. It's over. What now? He pulls me close. Now? We live. However we want. I lean into him, exhausted, relieved. Alive as the Black Tooth sails away from Sterling's burning empire.
Chapter 24. Rakam. 3 days after the compound burns, we dock at a remote island. Hidden cove. No settlements. Just jungle and beach. The crew needs rest. Real rest. Not just surviving until the next fight. Sterling's threat is eliminated. His partners dead or scattered. Records destroyed. Charlotte's existence erased from their books. We're safe. For now. I watched Charlotte help Pike with cargo. She's different now. Confident. Moves with purpose instead of hesitation. Combat changed her. Killing changed her. She's not the broken trophy wife I took from Sterling's ship. She's a pirate. My pirate. Scarlet approaches. Crew wants shore leave. Few days on the beach. Proper rest. Agreed. Set rotation. Someone on watch always. She hesitates. There's something else. What? The doll. She's asking questions. About orc customs. Mating ceremonies. My gut clenches. What did you tell her? Nothing yet. Figured you should handle it. She grins. She's planning something, Captain. Better figure out what. Scarlet leaves me processing. Mating ceremonies. Charlotte's asking about permanence. About claiming that goes beyond just words. Among orcs, mating is forever. Ritual. Sacred. The mate-bite bonds for life. Is that what she wants? Am I ready for that? I find her that evening. She's washing blood from her clothes in the shallows. Methodical. Practiced. Scarlet said you're asking questions. She doesn't look up. About orc culture. Yes. Specifically about mating ceremonies. Now she meets my eyes. Yes. Why? Because I want to understand what it means, what I'd be agreeing to. And if you don't like what you learn, she stands, water dripping from her clothes. Then we figure out something else. But I want to know my options. Smart. Practical. Very her. Orc mating is permanent. A bite that scars. Marks you as claimed. Bonds us through magic and oath. Forever? Forever. Until death. She processes. And if I wanted that, what would the ceremony involve? Why are you asking, Charlotte? Because I love you. Because I want everyone to know I'm yours and you're mine. Because I'm tired of being something temporary. You're not temporary. Then make it permanent. Properly. She's challenging me. Brave. Bold. This isn't something to rush into. We've killed together. Survived together. Bled together. How is that rushing? She's right. We've compressed months of relationship into weeks. But the intensity, the connection, it's real. If we do this, there's no going back. I don't want to go back. I pull her close. All right, we'll do it properly. Orc ceremony. Full ritual. The crew as witnesses. She kisses me. Hard. Claiming. When? Tomorrow night. Give me time to prepare. She grins. I'll be ready. That night I explain everything. The ritual. The meaning. What the mate bite entails. She listens carefully. Asks questions. Accepts every answer. By dawn, preparations begin. Crew's excited. They've never seen an orc mating ceremony. It's rare. Most orcs don't find mates worth the permanent bond, but Charlotte's worth it. Worth everything. Flint helps me prepare the circle. Salt from the sea. Symbols in Orcish. Offerings to the Storm Lord, our patron god. Ezra cooks feast. Scarlet helps Charlotte prepare. Proper clothing, ritual markings. By evening, everything's ready. The crew gathers on the beach. Torches burning, moon rising. Charlotte emerges from the trees, wearing dark blue, the color of deep water. Hair loose, face marked with white paint in Orcish patterns. She's breathtaking. I stand in the salt circle, waiting. She enters. The crew goes silent. We face each other. I take her hands. Before these witnesses, before the Storm Lord, I claim you, Charlotte Ashbourne, as my mate, my equal, my forever. Before these witnesses, before the Storm Lord, I claim you, Rakam Stormjaw, as my mate, my equal, my forever. I bind our hands with rope, sacred knot, unbreakable. Where you go, I follow. Where you fight, I stand beside you. What threatens you, I destroy. What you love, I protect. Together, two becoming one, until death parts us. The crew cheers. Now comes the bite. I bare her throat. She tilts her head, trusting, offering. My teeth find the junction of neck and shoulder. Pierce skin. Mark her permanently. She gasps, grips my arms, but doesn't pull away. I release, blood on my lips. The scar will remain forever, visible proof she's claimed. She kisses me, tastes her own blood on my mouth. Doesn't flinch. The crew erupts, celebrating. Our mating is official. We're bound, forever, and I've never been more certain of anything.
Chapter 25. Charlotte. The morning after our mating ceremony, I wake with a scar. My fingers trace it. The bite mark. Permanent. Proof. I'm Rakam's mate. Officially. Forever. The thought should terrify me. Instead, peace. On deck, the crew treats me differently. Not as the doll anymore. As the captain's mate. Equal status. Scarlet nods, respect. Flint actually smiles. Even Cade's jokes are less crude. I've earned my place. Through combat, through choice, through love. We sail north, away from Sterling's territory, toward open water and freedom. But 3 days later, smoke on the horizon. Ship burning, Talia calls from Crow's Nest. Rakam orders approach. Could be trap. Could be survivors needing help. We're cautious. As we near, I see it clearly. A merchant vessel, dark elf design, on fire, and flying Sterling's old colours. My blood runs cold. It's the Silver Gull, I whisper. Sterling's ship. Rakam goes still. That's impossible. We left it weeks ago. But it's unmistakable. The ship I lived on for 3 years. Where Sterling sold me. Still afloat, somehow. Could be trap, Scarlet warns. Or Sterling's partners using his old vessel, Rakam counters. Either way, we investigate. We approach carefully. The ship's heavily damaged. Fire spreading. No resistance. Rakam leads boarding party. Scarlet, Flint, me. We cross to the burning deck. Bodies everywhere. Recent battle. Hours old, maybe. Search for survivors, Rakam orders. We split up. I head toward the captain's cabin, Sterling's old quarters, where this all began. The door's ajar. I push through and freeze. Sterling's inside, alive, wounded, bleeding from a dozen cuts, but alive. He sees me. Eyes widen. Charlotte? I can't breathe, can't move. He's supposed to be dead. Rakam killed him. How? Body double. He laughs, wet, pained. Did you really think I'd be stupid enough to fight pirates myself? The betrayal burns, even now, even after everything. Where have you been? Hiding, recovering, planning. He struggles to sit. My partners betrayed me, tried to kill me for the insurance gold. Ironic, isn't it? I draw my blade. You're not leaving this ship alive. Charlotte. Lady Charlotte is dead. I'm just the doll now. He stares, doesn't recognize me. The confident woman with a blade. You've changed. You made me weak. He made me strong. The orc. Sterling spits blood. You let a monster touch you? You're disgusting. I lunge, knife finding his shoulder. He screams. Talk about him again. I dare you. He's gasping, terrified. Of me. Good. Please, Charlotte, we can work something out. There's nothing to work out. You sold me, beat me, made me think I was worthless. I twist the blade. He shrieks. But I'm not worthless. I'm fierce. I'm strong. I'm free. Please. Beg, like you made me beg, like you never let me have dignity. He begs, words tumbling out, pathetic. I pull the knife out. He collapses, bleeding. Charlotte! My name, I say clearly, is Doll. Remember it when you meet the Stormlord. I drive the blade into his chest, between ribs, into his heart. He gasps, eyes wide, disbelieving. Then nothing. Dead. I did it. Killed the man who made my life hell for 3 years. And I feel nothing. No guilt. No satisfaction. Just closure. Footsteps. Rakam appears. Sees Sterling's body. Sees my bloody blade. Is that? Yes. Body double. He was alive this whole time. Rakam crosses to me. Checks me for injury. Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. I look at Sterling's corpse. It's really over now, isn't it? It's over. I lean against Rakam, exhausted, relieved. What do we do with the body? Leave it. Let this ship be his tomb. We return to the Blacktooth. The silver gull burns behind us. Sterling's dead. For real this time. And I killed him. Lady Charlotte Ashbourne is truly dead. Only the doll remains, and she's exactly who I want to be. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now after my curvy body catches Corthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 26. Rakam. Back on the Blacktooth, Charlotte's quiet. Processing. She killed Sterling. Finally. Permanently. I watch her clean her blade. Methodical. No trembling. No tears. She's changed. The woman who flinched at raised voices is gone. This woman drives knives into hearts without hesitation. I'm proud and slightly terrified. How do you feel? I ask. She considers. Empty. I thought I'd feel satisfaction or guilt, but there's nothing. That's normal. First kill that matters is always strange. He doesn't matter anymore. That's the thing. He was everything. My husband, my captor, my nightmare. Now he's just gone. And I feel nothing. She sets down the blade, looks at me. Is that wrong? No. It's freedom. She nods slowly. Yes. That's what this is. Freedom. I pull her close. You're not Lady Charlotte anymore. You're not even just the doll. You're something new. What? You tell me. Who are you now? She thinks. I'm a pirate. A fighter. Your mate. Crew of the Blacktooth. I'm me. Finally. Then that's who you are. We stay like that, holding each other while the silver gull burns in the distance. Scarlet appears. Captain, we should move. Don't want to be here when that ship sinks. Might attract attention. Agreed. Set course for open water. Charlotte pulls back. I need to do something first. What? Say goodbye properly. She goes to the rail, watches Sterling's ship burn. The crew gives her space. After a long moment, she speaks, loud enough for everyone to hear. Lady Charlotte Ashbourne died 3 years ago, married to a monster, beaten down, made small. She was already gone before Rakam ever found her. The crew listens, respectful. The doll was born on this ship, learned to fight, to survive, to want, to love. She's who I really am, who I should have been all along. She turns, faces us. I'm done with my old life, done with nobility, done with Sterling's memory. From now on, I'm just doll, mate to Captain Rakam, crew of the Blacktooth, and I wouldn't change a single thing. The crew cheers. Scarlet starts it. Others join. Charlotte's glowing, confident, free. She's finally, completely, herself. That evening we sail away. The Silver Gull sinks behind us, Sterling's corpse with it. Good riddance. In my cabin, Charlotte's restless, pacing, energy crackling off her. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Everything's right. Too right. I need... She can't finish, but I understand. Battle high. Adrenaline. Mortality faced and survived. She needs release. Come here. She does. Eyes dark. Pupils blown. I need you, she says simply. Now. Hard. Make me forget everything but this. I see blood on her clothes still. Sterling's blood. And she's aroused. Violence and sex mixing. Common after combat. Natural. Are you sure? I am. I growl. Pull her close. Claim her mouth. She responds desperately. All teeth and need. This isn't going to be gentle. And she doesn't want gentle.
Chapter 27. Charlotte. We're both drenched in it. Blood, sweat, gunpowder residue. Sterling's blood crusts under my nails, smears across Rakam's chest, where I clawed him closer during the fight. Doesn't matter whose it is anymore. All that matters is we're breathing. Alive. Victorious. He kisses me like he's trying to crawl inside my skin and never leave.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 28. Charlotte. I stand at the helm of the Blacktooth. The wheel feels natural in my hands now. Salt spray on my face. Wind in my hair, cut short at my request, practical for fighting. I'm not steering, Rakam's the captain, but he lets me command during hunts, training me, trusting me. We're stalking a merchant vessel, dark elf design, flying colours we recognise, House Vex, known traffickers, Sterling's old associates. The ship doesn't know we're here yet. Silris's fog hides us. I scan the horizon through the spyglass. Calculate distance, timing. Scarlet, I call. Prepare boarding parties. Flint, ready the grapples. Cade, load cannons but don't fire unless I give the word. They move immediately. No hesitation, no questioning. 6 weeks ago, I was cargo. Now I give orders, and the crew obeys. The transformation still amazes me sometimes. Rakam appears at my shoulder. Feeling confident, doll? Always. I glance at him. Think they'll surrender or fight? Vex's people are cowards. They'll fold. Good. I want captives. Information about their remaining operations. He grins, pride in his eyes. You're thinking like a captain. Learning from the best. We close the distance. The fog parts at exactly the right moment. Silris's timing is perfect. The merchant crew panics, scrambling, disorganized, amateur. Now! I roar. The Blacktooth surges forward. Grapples fly. We latch on and drag them close. I'm first across the boarding plank. Cutlass drawn. The mate bite scar visible on my throat. Rakam's mark of ownership, worn with pride. For the Blacktooth! The crew echoes behind me. We hit their deck like a storm. The fight is brief, brutal, efficient. I'm in the thick of it, moving with lethal grace that months of training burned into muscle memory. A guard swings at me. I dodge, counter, my blade finding his throat before he can adjust. Blood sprays. Warm. Familiar. I don't flinch anymore. Another rushes me. I drop low, sweep his legs, drive my knife into his chest as he falls. Quick, clean, effective. Scarlet fights beside me, axes spinning. We've developed a rhythm. She draws attention. I slip in for kills. Partnership. Deadly. Across the deck, Rakam cuts through guards like they're nothing. Our eyes meet briefly. His expression, pride and desire mixed. Heat. Later. After. The merchant crew sees they're outmatched. Weapons clatter to the deck. Hands raise. Surrender accepted! I shout. On your knees. Hands behind heads. They obey. Terrified. Good. Scarlet secures them while I scan the ship, looking for signs of cargo, of captives. These vessels always have captives. That's why we hunt them. Search below deck, I order. Find the cargo manifest and check for prisoners. Flint nods, takes a team down. I follow separately. Intuition pulling me toward the stern cabins. These are where they keep the valuable cargo, the ones not chained in the hold with everyone else. I kick open doors methodically, searching. Storage, empty cabins, nothing interesting. Then, one last door, different from the others. Reinforced lock, heavy wood. This is it. I step back, kick hard. The door splinters, lock tears free. It crashes open. Inside, a bedroom. Surprisingly luxurious for a ship. Silk sheets, ornate furniture, expensive. And on the bed, a young woman, human, maybe 20, blonde hair in elaborate braids, pale skin, dressed in expensive blue silks with a high collar. She's cowering, terrified, expecting violence. I know that terror. Lived it. My expression softens but doesn't lose its edge. She's beautiful, delicate, exactly what I was. Trophy, property, cargo. The high collar shifts. I see bruises on her throat, finger marks. My jaw clenches. Rage for her, for myself, for every woman treated like decoration. But there's something else too. Appreciation. The same way Rakam looked at me that first night, seeing potential under the fear. I approach slowly, non-threatening, sheathe my blade. What's your name? She stares, takes in my blood-spattered clothes, the cutlass at my hip, the mate-bite scar on my throat. Miranda, my lady. I almost laugh. I'm not a lady, not anymore. Then what are you? Free? The word hangs between us. Foreign concept to her. I remember. Footsteps behind me. Heavy. Familiar. Rakam appears in the doorway, takes in the scene, me, the girl on the bed, the expensive prison. He grins slowly, knowingly. Found yourself a doll? I look back at him, Can't help smirking. Yes, and a pretty one at that. Miranda's eyes dart between us, terrified but also curious, confused. She doesn't understand yet, can't imagine what we're offering. I turn back to her, extend my hand. Come with us. What? You can stay here, wait for whatever merchant buys this ship after we're done with it. Become someone else's property, another cage with different bars. I step closer, my voice gentler but firm. Or you can come aboard the Black Tooth, learn to fight, learn to be dangerous, learn what freedom actually means. I don't understand. What would I be? On your ship? My smile widens. Whatever you choose to become. She stares at my hand like it might burn her. Like trust is a foreign language. I know that fear too. Who are you people? Pirates? Thieves? Killers? I don't lie. But we're free. We choose our lives, our loyalties, our loves. I gesture to Rakam. He took me from a situation like yours, gave me the same choice. I chose to stay, to fight, to become this. I touch the mate bite scar. To become his equal, not his property, his partner. Miranda's breathing is unsteady, processing. It's terrifying, I continue. I was scared every day for weeks. Learning to fight hurt. Learning to kill was worse. But learning to choose. Learning I had value beyond decoration. That changed everything. Rakam's watching us both. Patient. Letting me handle this. Because he knows. This is my mirror. My chance to save someone the way he saved me. What's your story? I ask Miranda. I was married. To a merchant lord. Housevex. He said I was investment. To be sold when the price was right. My heart aches. Same story, different names. He hits you. Not a question. I saw the bruises. She nods, tears starting. He said I was worthless, useless, just decoration. You're not. How do you know? Because I was you, 6 weeks ago, told the same lies, beaten down the same way. And now? I draw my blade again, clean, sharp, deadly. Now I'm the one doing the hunting. Miranda stares at the blade, at me, at Rakam. I'm scared. Good. Fear keeps you alive, but don't let it keep you caged. I lower the blade, extend my hand again. Last chance. Come with us, or stay here. Your choice. Really choose. She looks at my hand for a long moment. The scars, the calluses, the blood under my nails. Not a lady's hand anymore, a warrior's. Slowly, tentatively, she reaches out. Her fingers touch mine. Soft, uncalloused, fragile. For now. She takes my hand. I pull her up gently but firmly. Welcome aboard, doll. She's shaking. What happens now? Now you work. You learn. You earn your place. I meet her eyes. It won't be easy. You'll hurt. You'll struggle. You'll want to quit. And if I do quit, then we drop you at the nearest port with gold and a new name. No judgment. This life isn't for everyone. Honest, like Rakam was with me. But if you stay... I smile. If you stay, you become something fiercer than you ever imagined. Rakam steps forward, offers his arm to Miranda. Gentlemanly despite the blood. She takes it nervously. We lead her out of the cabin, through the ship, to the main deck. The captured crew sees us, sees Miranda walking freely between us. One dark elf spits. That's my property. I'm on him in seconds, blade at his throat. She's not property. She's crew now, mine to protect. I press the blade deeper. Say otherwise and I'll open your throat. He goes silent, terrified. Good. Rakam puts a hand on my shoulder. Easy, doll. Save the bloodlust for enemies who fight back. I step away, breathing hard, protective fury burning. Miranda's staring at me, awed, scared, hopeful. You really meant it, about freedom. Every word. We cross back to the Blacktooth. The crew sees Miranda, understands immediately. Scarlet approaches, examines her critically. She'll break first storm. That's what you said about me, I counter. Scarlet grins. And you proved me wrong. Maybe she will too. We show Miranda to spare quarters. Simple, clean, nothing like her previous gilded cage. Rest, I tell her. Tomorrow training starts. It'll be brutal, but worth it. Thank you, she whispers. Don't thank me yet. You haven't earned your freedom, but you will. I leave her processing. On deck, Rakam's waiting, pulls me close. You're magnificent, fierce, and apparently you've developed a taste for collecting pretty dolls. I laugh, learned from the best. Think she'll stay? I don't know, but I gave her the choice. That's what matters. He kisses me, deep, claiming. I love you. I love you too. We stand there, mates, partners, equals. Behind us, the captured merchant vessel burns. Another trafficking operation destroyed. Ahead, open water, freedom, whatever comes next. And below deck, a terrified woman who might become fierce. Like I did. The cycle continues. I was once the frightened one. Now I give others what Rakam gave me. The choice, the chance, the freedom to become something fiercer. The end